Chapter 990. All the experts on the 6th floor headed towards the entrance to the 7th floor in a grandiose manner. In mid-air, various streams of light flickered. Many individual cultivators came to the entrance to the 7th floor first. Looking at the vicious beast that had turned into a mountain range at the entrance, everyone could only watch from a distance. They dared not approach. The entire mountain range was rising and falling with the long breath of this vicious beast. This time, Yishuin did not choose to approach, but watched the battle from a distance. At this time, there was a violent fluctuation in the sky. Dozens of streams of light rushed from a distance with a menacing momentum. Each of these, people stepped on the streams of light of various colors. Some even rode on vicious beasts of unknown bloodlines, bringing a torrent of rolling waves. At this time, all the individual cultivators were surprised. An extraordinary character had arrived. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan has appeared. I didn't expect them to be the first to appear. Aren't they busy chasing Yishuin all this time? Now, they have the time. What do you know? How is chasing Yishuin more important than getting the demon subduing pagoda? If we kill Yishuin and let the demon subduing pagoda escape, it will be a great loss. But they are the first to arrive. Obviously, they are determined to get it. After the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan, another 2 groups of people came in a mighty manner. It was the sky-splitting whale clan and the poisonous flaming dragon clan. The 3 overlords of the sea clan arrived one after another. After the 3 overlords of the sea clan arrived one after another, a group of sea demon clan experts jointly arrived. Although the number was much smaller than the sea clan, their momentum was not weaker at all. The leader was a man and a woman who seemed to be husband and wife. The fluctuations that occasionally flashed on their bodies gave Yishuin an unfathomable feeling. They were the real, terrifying experts in the law manifestation realm. With a casual glance, they seemed to be able to see through everyone. At this time, Yishuin finally learned the names of the Sea Demon Clan siblings from the mouths of others. The elder brother was Boundless Sea, and the younger sister was Boundless Sea. Among the Sea Demon Clan, this pair of siblings were famous experts. Their reputation in the Sea Demon Clan was not inferior to the reputation and status of Crown Prince Crocodile and others in their respective forces. It was just that Chaos Demon Sea had always been a forbidden area. Ordinary people could not enter at all. The news inside was difficult to spread. Even if it was spread, it was mostly spread among the top leaders of various clans. Ordinary people did not know much about the High Siblings. They only knew that they were the leaders of the younger generation in the Sea Demon Clan. However, there were experts of various clans who mingled in Chaos Demon Sea all year round. They were quite familiar with the High Siblings. The man and woman from the demonic Sea Clan in front of them were their parents, but no one knew their specific names. Boundless Sea and Highweo were said to be a rather mysterious clan in the demonic Sea Clan. Very few people walked in the Chaos Demon Sea, let alone famous ones like the High Siblings. Although their names were unknown and they were not famous, no one dared to underestimate the parents of the High Siblings. The might of the law manifestation experts was enough to deter anyone. After the arrival of the Sea Demon Clan experts, many human experts finally arrived late. A rumbling sound like a battle formation moving came from the horizon. A team of chariots crossed the horizon. The few macho men at the front had unfathomable and terrifying aura. Among the crowd, Yishuin also saw Pei Xingqian in the bronze chariot. Pei Xingqian, who was among those people, was more composed. His aura was restrained, but he was in high spirits. It seemed that he was not far from the transcendent realm 9th level. In terms of strength and progress, he was even more powerful than the poisonous young master. In addition to Gui Yuan's sect, where Pei Xingqian was, some major human forces, such as Si Konghao sect, also sent many experts. For a time, Transcendence realm experts who were rarely seen on normal days could be seen everywhere like cabbages. But at this time, no one had the mind to care about this problem. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sleeping, vicious beast. If we want to go to the 7th floor, we must kill this beast. There is no other way. Now that everyone is here, let's do it. At this time, a vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan's law manifestation expert said, "Now that we have joined forces, even if this beast is really an ancient creature, there is nothing to be afraid of," said the poisonous flaming dragon clan expert with a disdainful look. Among all the forces present, there was no doubt that the poisonous flaming dragon clan was the strongest. Even in the entire flourished Cloud Sea region, the poisonous flaming dragon clan was a dominant existence. He had such strength and confidence. What's more, there were so many law manifestation experts present. Even if this beast was strong, could it go against the natural order? This was the confidence and pride belonging to a law manifestation expert. We will kill this vicious beast by force. To avoid hurting the innocent, everyone retreat. At this time, the man leading the Sea Demon clan said, warning those who wanted to pounce at any time to take advantage of the situation. Although it was still unknown who would kill this vicious beast in the end and whose hands the corpse would fall into, they must not let those individual cultivators snatch it first. These individual cultivators were eager to make a move. Among them, there were many transcendent realm 9th level, half-step law manifestation, and even law manifestation experts. If they were not careful, they might even get the last benefit. How could they not understand the principle of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? At this time, it was time to clear the area. However, it was just a routine. After all, they were a group of law manifestation realm martial artists. If some transcendent realm martial artists were to snatch it away, they would be in deep trouble. As a law manifestation expert, they had such confidence. Many of the individual cultivators who were close could only retreat at this time, staying away from this vicious beast. There was no other way. It was impossible to reason with them at this time. After many individual cultivators retreated, these major forces, law manifestation experts, didn't want to wait any longer and made their move. Even if it was 100 miles away, Yishiwen could still feel the terrifying fluctuations when these law manifestation experts attacked with all their might. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion came from afar, giving people the illusion that the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The dazzling divine radiance caused by the explosion instantly soared into the sky, piercing through the heavens and earth. It was like a volcano that had been sleeping for many years and suddenly came back to life. The terrifying shock waves caused his clothes to flutter violently, and the true essence in his body also started to protect his body as if it was conditioned to do so. Even if it was 100 miles away, Yishiwen could still feel the terrifying power. His pupils shrank for a while. The law manifestation experts were more terrifying than he imagined. For the law manifestation experts, he only had some information about them. He wasn't clear about them, so he insisted on coming here to see the law manifestation experts in action. Only by seeing it with his own eyes could he truly estimate the might of the law manifestation experts. He could already feel that it wouldn't be long before he fought with the law manifestation experts. The battle between the law manifestation experts is really terrifying. I'm frightened by this round of attacks. Yeah, the gap between the transcendent realm and the law manifestation realm is so huge. I must enter the law manifestation realm as soon as possible. In front of the law manifestation experts, the transcendent realm is not an opponent at all. Only the law manifestation experts can be regarded as a character. Suddenly, in the sky, various transcendent realm experts' spiritual senses filled the sky. Even if they were transcendent realm experts, they rarely had the chance to see these law manifestation realm experts who lived in seclusion all year round. Especially now that the situation in the flourished Cloud Sea region was relatively stable, the opportunities for these law manifestation experts to make a move were even fewer. For example, in the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan, the one who made the move was a transcendent realm 9th level peak expert like Elder 18. With their means and the deterrence of the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan, it was a piece of cake to eradicate some small forces. There was no need for the law manifestation experts to make a move. Therefore, even though they knew that they might not have a chance to get the demon's subduing tower, they still gathered here to see the power of the law manifestation experts. Moreover, they had gained a lot of benefits in the 6th floor. If they could enter the 7th floor at this time, they might get more benefits. Especially many warriors who had been stuck in the Transcendent Realm 9th level for many years. They were looking forward to this opportunity. Although the majority of the loot would go to the various major powers, even the leftovers would be more than enough for individuals like them. Boom! There was another loud noise. It was as if the sea was overturned and the mountains collapsed. Between heaven and earth, there was a vast expanse of whiteness. There was a dazzling light everywhere. The endless light flickered. Between heaven and earth, it was like a pot of boiling water, boiling all of a sudden. Except for the experts of the major forces protected by the law manifestation experts, the others retreated even more. They dared not approach. Otherwise, they might be suppressed to death. In total, more than 20 law manifestation experts joined forces. How terrifying it was! The entire mountain range covering the beast was shattered on the spot, turning into powder. Everyone was dazzled by what they saw. Apart from being scared witless, they immediately became certain that after suffering such a terrifying attack, even if that ferocious beast was really a giant beast from ancient times, it should be dead by now. It was impossible for it to survive. But they heard a loud roar resounding through the world. Roar! Chapter 991. Roar! Everyone's expression suddenly turned cold. Everyone knew that the fierce beast that had been in a deep slumber had awakened. It wasn't like what everyone had imagined, that he would be killed in his sleep. Everyone's hearts tightened. But right now, there was a vast expanse of whiteness everywhere. All kinds of divine lights were flickering. Many people didn't even dare to open their eyes, afraid that they would be directly blinded. At this moment, a sharp scream came. A female law manifestation expert screamed on the spot, and there was no news of her. Everyone's mood suddenly became tense. Yi Shiwen, who had condensed the divinity into his eyes, saw it clearly. At that moment, a huge claw instantly grabbed the female law manifestation expert, turning her into a blood mist on the spot. That law phase realm expert was like a baby in front of this incomparably huge, fierce beast. He had no way to fight back. Seeing the scene, Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a chill on his back, and his hair instantly stood on end. That wasn't a transcendent realm master. It was a law manifestation realm master. In terms of combat power, it could definitely defeat the current Yi Shiwen. However, it was crushed by a single claw. It was imaginable how terrifying this vicious beast was. At this moment, the white light in the sky finally dissipated, and everyone finally saw the appearance of this vicious beast. It was a ferocious beast that was as huge as a mountain. Its entire body was covered with thick red fur, and its mouth was like a bird's beak, filled with sharp teeth. There were 2 huge horns on its head, winding straight up, and from time to time they emitted a terrifying divine light. His eyes were scarlet red, and from afar they looked like 2 huge lanterns. Everyone was shocked when they saw the appearance of this fierce beast. What was even more terrifying was that they discovered that this fierce beast did not have a single wound on its body. That thick layer of fur did not show any signs of being disheveled at all. In other words, the attacks of those law manifestation experts didn't cause any damage to this monster with a bird's beak at all. It only shattered the mountain on its body. This was the reason why everyone took a deep breath. The attacks of those law manifestation experts had exceeded the scope of everyone's imagination. That was another level of power, but there was no way to hurt this monster with a bird's beak at all. It was imaginable how terrifying this monster with a bird's beak was. It probably far exceeded the law manifestation realm. Hiss! Everyone was taking a deep breath. While they were still immersed in this shock, the huge monster moved. The huge front claw instantly grabbed out. It was completely different from its huge body size. In an instant, another Transcendence Realm expert was caught in its mouth and bitten to death on the spot. Creak, creak! The sound of bones being chewed made people feel weak all over. It was a result of being scared. The law manifestation expert only had time to scream before he was grabbed to death. One shouldn't think that warriors at this level were fearless. They were just like ordinary people who were afraid. It was just that they were different from ordinary people who would scream at the slightest supernatural event. At their level of cultivation, they were already part of the supernatural event. They could live for tens of thousands of years and had seen all kinds of things. It was impossible for ordinary things to affect them. However, when they really saw the law manifestation expert being grabbed to death like a small bug and then being bitten and swallowed bit by bit, they were still afraid. At this time, they discovered that they were not as fearless as they thought. In front of this terrifying monster that no human could resist, they were as fragile as the ants that they used to disdain. What was the fear of ants? This was the fear of ants. Run. It was unknown who shouted this, but the entire team of warriors began to flee frantically. Everyone tried their best to escape. At this time, no one dared to stay. This vicious beast was too terrifying. Even those law manifestation experts were no exception. At this time, they no longer had the confidence and ease they had when they first appeared. They were even more embarrassed than the Transcendent Realm experts. Their original position was at the forefront. They wanted to rush into the 7th floor as soon as possible and gain control of this demon subduing tower. However, they were now the ones who suffered the most, as they were the front line facing this vicious beast. If this vicious beast was only ordinary, it would be fine. There were many law manifestation experts present, and they could still fight against it. However, what was truly terrifying was that this vicious beast had completely exceeded the limits of their imagination. It could almost kill a law manifestation expert in one go. Could it be that a beast deity had awakened? At this time, this horrifying thought involuntarily emerged in their hearts. Ordinary people didn't know much about gods, but they knew. After all, their inheritance had been passed down for many years. Naturally, they knew that the legendary gods naturally existed. In fact, among the major clans that survived in the ancient Barrens continent, which one of them didn't have their own gods. It was just that those gods had disappeared a long time ago. Although they had all disappeared, no one dared to deny their existence. Who knew when there would be a god in hibernation? Naturally, there were also beasts that became gods with the body of a beast. However, that was too far away for them. No, they quickly remembered that this vicious beast had no divinity. Although its ferocious aura was monstrous, it did not have divinity. It had yet to become a god. However, no one would think so much at this time. Whether this vicious beast became a god or not, it was just a piece of cake for it to kill them. What was the difference between becoming a god and not becoming a god? The martial artists who had come in a majestic manner suddenly began to flee in a frenzy. Many cultivators who had their potential stimulated fled extremely quickly. Compared to before, they were several times faster. Yi Shiwen's figure was also among them. He did not spread the demon wings. His demon wings were now a symbol. Many people had seen it. Once it was spread, even if he was fleeing, it was hard to guarantee that the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan and Poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan's law manifestation realm experts would not give him a hard time. It was not difficult for a law manifestation realm expert to deal with a transcendent realm expert. Not to mention, in this kind of escape, there was no need to run faster than the vicious beast. He just had to run faster than most people. With Yi Shiwen's speed, even if he did not spread the demon wings, it was a piece of cake to achieve this. A rumbling sound came from behind Yi Shiwen. A group of people was getting closer and closer. Yi Shiwen glanced over and discovered that it was the experts of the Goei Yuan sect. Their chariots were rolling across the sky, leaving behind many traces. Although the chariots were huge, their speed was incomparably fast. They gradually caught up from the back of the group and slowly flew towards the front. At this time, Pei Xingqian, who was on the bronze chariot, saw Yi Shiwen and immediately recognized him. Although Yi Shiwen's aura was restrained, he did not disguise himself. It was easy to recognize him. At this time, both sides were fleeing. Naturally, they did not talk much. They just nodded to each other and quickly separated. The Gui Yuan sect's chariot directly ran over the team and quickly disappeared in front of everyone. The vicious beast behind was also getting closer and closer. Every time it approached, it would directly grab one or even several experts with its claws and devour them. Then it slowly approached again. Yi Shiwen could feel that this ominous beast seemed to be in the process of recovering. The blood energy on its body was getting stronger and stronger as it devoured more and more experts. Its speed was also getting faster and faster. Obviously, this vicious beast had just woken up from its long sleep and was recovering its vitality bit by bit. Just as it was about to catch up with the team and capture a few more people, the whole world suddenly began to shake violently. Someone is touching the demon subduing tower outside. This thought suddenly emerged in everyone's mind. However, they saw that the vicious beast behind them, which was originally about to catch up, did not continue to pursue them. Instead, it looked up to the sky and roared furiously. Red light suddenly flashed in its eyes. Its huge body suddenly flew into the sky and ran towards the sky. Every time it ran, the entire air would tremble violently. Ha 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 ha! After suppressing me for so many years, this demon-subduing tower will be my compensation. An incomparably savage laughter permeated from the outside. The voice was like a heavy blow, hitting everyone's heart all of a sudden, making everyone lose all resistance. Many experts slipped from the sky like dumplings. The person clearly did not mean it, but an unintentional sentence could make everyone feel powerless. Everyone was already powerless. This level of cultivation had already reached an unfathomable level. What did it mean when one's words were spoken? This was what it meant when one's words were spoken. Every move carried great heavenly might. Moreover, upon hearing this, the crowd became even more panicked. Suppressed? Could it be that he was the demon suppressed under this demon-subduing tower? Hiss! Did he actually escape? It was imaginable how terrifying a demon that didn't die after hundreds of millions of years was. The demon that was sealed by their ancestors was not an existence they could imagine at all. Once such a demon was born, the entire flourished Cloud Sea region would be destroyed. The vicious beast also roared. The terrifying divine light instantly rippled out like the surface of the water. Suddenly, the lives of countless natives on the entire 6th floor exploded in an instant, turning into a mass of blood essence that converged into a long river and poured into the body of this vicious beast. Chapter 992. In addition to the one on the 6th floor, the demons on the other floors also exploded and turned into a long river of blood and chi that flowed into the body of the vicious beast. The divine radiance on the vicious beast's body also became more and more intense, and its power grew stronger and stronger. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, it disappeared into the horizon. Then the entire devil-subduing pagoda began to shake violently again. The roars of the vicious beast and the low growls of the demon came from outside. Everyone was a little stunned. The entire 6th floor seemed to have been swept away in an instant. So many demon beasts turned into blood mist in an instant and were absorbed by the vicious beast. In other words, those demon beasts were actually raised in captivity. They looked majestic, but at the critical moment, they were nourishment that could die at any time. Looking at the lower floors, they were afraid that it was about the same. At this time, although the vicious beast had already left, no one wanted to go to the 7th floor. At this time, all the greed in their hearts was suppressed by the vicious beast. No one dared to provoke this vicious beast. Even if the vicious beast had already left, no one returned. Instead, they chose to escape frantically. In the situation where there was a matchless demon outside, the devil subduing pagoda seemed to be abnormally unsafe. At this time, sounds from outside constantly came in. The entire devil subduing pagoda also shook violently, as if it would collapse in the next second. "Damn, you beast! You are just a tool spirit. How dare you go against this seat? If you obediently surrendered, this seat could have let you stay after subduing the devil subduing pagoda. But now this seat must eliminate you." The words of the matchless demon immediately stunned everyone in the devil subduing pagoda. Tool spirit, that vicious beast, was actually the tool spirit of the devil subduing pagoda. No wonder it was sleeping in the passage between the 6th and 7th floor. No wonder it could actually make all the demons and demon beasts in the entire devil subduing pagoda turn into a blood mist and absorb it. However, just a mere artifact spirit was already so terrifying. Just how powerful was the person who set up the demon subduing pagoda to be able to do such a thing? No one could imagine that the original master of the devil subduing pagoda was also a god. Boom! Boom! The entire devil-suppressing pagoda was still shaking violently because the monsters below had all turned into blood mist and were absorbed by the artifact spirit beast. Therefore, everyone's journey down the devil-suppressing pagoda was exceptionally smooth. Although the space inside the devil-suppressing pagoda was extremely large, with everyone's speed, they quickly arrived at the first floor. Then they rushed out like a torrent of water, rushing out of the pagoda. The few Transcendent Realm experts who rushed out first were blasted into a blood mist by a horrifying force as soon as they rushed out. Other people suddenly stagnated and were completely scared. But the suppressing Devil Tower was still shaking crazily, so they didn't dare to delay and quickly resorted to their own divine tools, and then directly rushed out. Yi Shiwen also resorted to Tianyuan Mirror and placed it on top of his head, and then rushed out, simply not caring about what was happening above in the end. Sure enough, as soon as they rushed out of the devil-suppressing pagoda, they immediately felt a horrifying force sweeping towards their bodies. The blood-colored light curtain projected by Tianyuan Mirror also fluctuated in circles, bearing an extremely horrifying force. Yi Shiwen and others retreated for hundreds of miles. Only then did they feel that the horrifying force was much smaller. The sky was filled with rolling devil chi. Everyone looked over and saw a faintly discernible devil shadow and a huge, ferocious beast fighting in the sky. Their casual movements could tear the void apart, creating a spatial turbulence. However, under the attack of the demon's shadow, the huge, vicious beast gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The vicious beast roared, and the devil-suppressing pagoda directly uprooted from the ground, directly smashing towards the demon's shadow. "Hurry up and leave this sealed place." At this time, someone shouted again, and everyone began to fly out of the crack. At this time, everyone could see that the space in this small plane was obviously unstable under the bombardment of the two experts. It could shatter on the spot at any time. Under such circumstances, if they continued to stay in this space, they might be buried together with this space. Even if they were in the Transcendent Realm or even the Law Manifestation Realm experts, they might be buried in the space turbulence. On the ancient Barrens continent, the space barrier was very sturdy. Because of this, the spatial turbulence would be very horrifying. Even Transcendent Realm experts couldn't escape from it. Everyone fled towards the outside one after another. Yi Shiwen was also among them. They had just escaped when the entire space couldn't withstand the fierce fighting and collapsed with a loud bang. Everyone still had some lingering fear. Several Transcendent Realm 5th level warriors who couldn't escape in time were shredded into pieces on the spot by the spatial turbulence. Everyone's heart palpitated. Fortunately, they escaped quickly. Otherwise, it would be too late. After shattering the small space where the devil-suppressing pagoda was located, the two peerless vicious creatures had already killed their way into the sealed place. Originally, The entire sealed place was to seal the peerless demon. Now that the demon had escaped, the entire space began to show faint signs of collapsing. Everyone was helpless and could only embark on the journey of escaping again. Everyone fled along the way. They could barely keep up with the speed of the two destroying the space. The sealed place's space was very stable, but it was almost helpless against these two vicious creatures. It was unknown how strong these two monsters were. Fortunately, both sides were entangled. The specter wanted to subdue the devil-suppressing pagoda, but the devil-suppressing pagoda was born to suppress the devil-suppressing pagoda. The artifact spirit was entrusted with this mission. It absolutely couldn't let the devil-suppressing pagoda escape. From the very beginning, the two sides had entered a battle of life and death. In terms of strength, the demonic shadow was stronger than the vicious beast, but the vicious beast had the assistance of the demon-suppressing pagoda. It seemed to have a power that could restrain the demonic shadow, constantly suppressing it. Both sides fought their way out of the sealed place and rushed into the chaos demon sea. Then they turned into two streams of light and disappeared into the void. They killed their way into the ancient baron's continent star. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the two ferocious creatures leaving. The two ferocious creatures gave them too much pressure. Fortunately, their attention was focused on each other. Otherwise, they might really be finished. Is that demon really the one suppressed in the Chaos Demon Sea? How did it get released? Someone asked doubtfully. Even the experts of the Demonic Sea clan were puzzled. Although this demon, strictly speaking, should be regarded as the ancestor of the Demonic Sea clan, they might not have a good impression of this demon. Except for a small number of people who were bewitched, most people didn't have a good impression of this demon ancestor. No one wanted such an ancestor to suddenly appear and overrule them. In this regard, the experts of the major forces seemed to be aware of it, but they didn't say anything. Such a demon was released. It will definitely bring disaster to the world. At that time, it will be another monstrous disaster. Someone sighed and said, "It should be impossible. Even if this demon can escape from the vicious beast, it should choose to return to the demon domain. They are suppressed too much here." Someone retorted, "As for the demon's whereabouts, everyone had different opinions. In any case, they had finally escaped a calamity." At this moment, the only remaining law manifestation realm expert of the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan suddenly made a move. The mighty territory directly shrouded Yi Shiwen in it. The shocking change suddenly made the atmosphere tense. The relationship between the major forces of various clans was already tense. It was only slightly eased because of the two vicious creatures just now. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan's expert suddenly made everyone nervous. Is a battle about to break out again? In particular, the experts of several overlord forces turned their knife-like eyes to the only remaining law manifestation realm expert of the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan. Originally, the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan had more than one expert. However, the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan was the most anxious about the demon's subduing tower, so they rushed to the front. They thought that with the law manifestation expert taking action, even if there were any changes, it would not be enough to harm their lives. They did not expect the vicious beast to kill the law manifestation expert. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan could be said to have suffered heavy losses. At this time, there was only one law manifestation expert left. It was also the weakest among the major overlord forces. At this time, wasn't he courting death by provoking a battle? This is a matter between our vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan and this kid. It has nothing to do with others. I hope you don't intervene. At this time, the only remaining vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan expert glanced at everyone and said. Only then did everyone realize that although this law manifestation realm expert had released his domain, it was only aimed at Yi Shiwen. In the entire territory, only Yi Shiwen was shrouded in it. Everyone immediately understood what he meant. Many people retreated on the spot. No one wanted to provoke the vanishing, shadow, poisonous crocodile clan at this time. It was not worth it for Yi Shiwen. Chapter 993. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts' spiritual senses locked on Yi Shiwen. During this time, the multiple encirclement and suppression of Yi Shiwen also let them know that Yi Shiwen was definitely not an easy character to deal with. Although he was only at Transcendent Realm 5th level, even the Transcendent Realm 9th level would be torn apart by him. Yi Shiwen was not his opponent at all. No matter how careful one was to deal with such a person, it was not wrong at all. However, with the law manifestation experts here, it was useless even if he could overturn the situation. He would still be suppressed. Yi Shiwen was like a slippery loach. They tried to catch him several times, but he escaped. Now they finally caught him in one fell swoop. He's dead. These vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts looked at Yi Shiwen with murderous intentions. They seemed to hate Yi Shiwen. Many of their companions who had been together for thousands of years died in Yi Shiwen's hands. How could they not hate Yi Shiwen? Brat, I want to see how you escape today. The law manifestation vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan expert stared coldly at Yi Shiwen and said. His gaze was a bit cold, revealing a bit of murderous intentions. It was so cold that it made people feel like falling into an ice cave. After coming here, it was not the first time he heard of Yi Shiwen's name. Yi Shiwen had escaped from the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan's encirclement and suppression many times. Most importantly, Yi Shiwen killed many vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts. Even Crown Prince Crocodile died in his hands. After this news spread, the entire vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan was in an uproar. Even the old ancestor who had been in close cultivation for a long time was alarmed. This brat is dead today. He can't survive. Not far away, the poisonous flaming dragon clan experts also discovered Yi Shiwen. However, since the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts wanted to make a move, they were too lazy to make a move. Yi Shiwen lowered his head as if he couldn't lift his head due to their words. However, if one could see his eyes, one could see a burst of cold, murderous intentions flickering in his eyes. Yi Shiwen, wait for a moment and immediately unleash your domain of wind and thunder power. Break this guy's domain and immediately escape. Otherwise, you really won't have a chance. Yi Mo reminded. Yi Shiwen was now trapped in this domain. Even his breathing was not smooth. He was like an outsider in this world. Everything, light, air, everything, was rejecting his existence. This feeling almost made him explode on the spot. In this domain, the law phase realm expert was a god. Everything was under his control. He found it difficult to even breathe, let alone escape. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant by only domains could go against domains. In front of a law manifestation realm master, a transcendent realm warrior was just an ant-like existence. It was completely different from Crown Prince Crocodile's pseudo-domain. It was a real domain. In the domain, everything was under his control. At this time, the only way was to unleash the wind and thunder domain. When everyone didn't know he had a domain, it was possible to escape if he couldn't break this domain by surprise. A cold gaze flashed in his eyes. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan had been in constant trouble since he came to the flourished Cloud Sea region. It was really troublesome. All the power in his body had been mobilized. From the outside, it looked like he was being controlled by the domain and looked harmless, but inside his muscles had been stretched to the limit. He was just waiting for an opportunity to break out of the cage. Just as he was about to launch, he heard a loud shout, "Wait!" Everyone looked over. It was actually several experts from the Gui Yuan sect who spoke. Why? Is your Gui Yuan sect going to intervene in our vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan's affairs? Said the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan expert with an unfriendly expression. In the flourished Cloud Sea region, the battle between humans and sea clans had lasted for countless years. As the human overlord, the Gui Yuan sect, and one of the sea clan overlords, the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan, had a long history. Both sides had long been displeased with each other. "We, the Gui Yuan sect, will protect this Yi Shiwen," said the law manifestation realm expert from the Gui Yuan sect with an abnormally firm expression. "What? Is your Gui Yuan sect going to fall out with our Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan for this kid?" said the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan's law manifestation realm expert in a cold voice. At this time, he hated the Gui Yuan sect for being nosy. If it weren't for the vicious beast swallowing so many experts, they would not question the Gui Yuan sect at this time. They would fight directly. The Gui Yuan sect dared to provoke the tiger and snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Wasn't that courting death? But now the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan only had one law manifestation realm expert. When facing the Gui Yuan sect expert, who ran the fastest just now, they were at a complete disadvantage. If they really fought, they would be annihilated. "You know, this kid killed our next clan leader, Crown Prince Crocodile. If you want to protect this kid, you are going against the entire Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan." The remaining law manifestation realm expert of the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan could not help but threaten. The death of the next clan leader was a big deal for any clan. There was no reason to let it go in vain. Killing is killing. Isn't it just a young clan leader who died? Do you think we don't know? Over the years, several young clan leaders of our Gui Yuan sect have died in your hands. You only have one dead. What's there to be angry about? The law manifestation realm expert did not give in at all. Suddenly, the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan expert's mouth seemed to be gagged. His face was flushed, but he could not say a word. The fact that the various overlord factions were secretly targeting each other's successors was not something that had happened in just a day or two. It was just that they did not bring it to the surface because they did not want to shed all pretenses of cordiality. "Since you dare to target our successors, we can also target your successors. It's that simple. Whatever losses you suffer, you will get it back. Let's not talk about the past. My elder brother died in your hands. Do you really think I don't know?" Pei Xingqin stepped forward and said coldly. When he mentioned his elder brother, a trace of hatred rippled in his eyes. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly went into an uproar. Pei Xingqin's elder brother was also a genius of his generation. At a young age, he was outstanding among the younger generation. He was also appointed as the young clan leader of the Gui Yuan sect. But later on, when he was exploring the ruins, he inexplicably died. No one knew what was going on. They just thought that he was killed by the strange existence in the ruins. But who would have thought that there was such a secret hidden in it? The Gui Yuan sect leader Sweeping died in the hands of the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan expert. This hatred was huge. In the past, both sides had scruples and did not put it on the table. Now, once they fell out, the consequences could be serious. "What nonsense are you talking about? Your elder brother died in the hands of the monster in the ruins. This is a well-known fact. Don't think that you can make irresponsible remarks and implicate our Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan." There was a trace of panic in the eyes of the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan expert, as if someone suddenly exposed a secret. Yi Shiwen listened quietly, but he was calculating in his heart. It turned out to be like this. Just like true martial school, it would take thousands of years for a behemoth like the Gui Yuan sect to change a generation. In this place, a transcendent realm 9th level expert could be achieved in a few hundred years. The geniuses that emerged would never be this small. In the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan, are there no young experts stronger than Crown Prince Crocodile? There must be. Now, the famous young experts were in the range of hundreds of years old. There was not a single expert over 1,000 years old. It could be seen that the waters of the flourished Cloud Sea region were still deep. According to the words of the Gui Yuan sect, these experts who had risen to prominence before them had either fallen or gone into seclusion in seclusion. The so-called top 100 list only recorded the experts within the age of 500. It was not complete at all. However, from the beginning, Pei Xingqian stood on Yi Xuan's side. He would rather fall out with Crown Prince Crocodile. Now, the Gui Yuan sect was willing to fall out with the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan for him. There must be a reason. He didn't believe that he had such charm to make the Gui Yuan sect fall out with the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan for no reason. If it were him, it would be impossible. What could be the reason? Yi Shiwen had some doubts in his heart. Evidence. Do you need it? Pei Xingqian said with a sneer, "If it weren't for you few law manifestation realm experts, my elder brother would be invincible among the younger generation. Even if there are thousands of dangers in the ruins, it would be impossible to hurt my elder brother." Everyone suddenly made a noise. The law manifestation expert attacked the transcendent realm expert, which made the experts present feel sad. They were the transcendent realm experts. In the flourished Cloud Sea region, they were regarded as influential figures. If the law manifestation expert could attack them at will, then they were no different from the ants below the transcendent realm in their eyes. Everyone is well aware of these things. The death of Crown Prince Crocodile is nothing. Today, our Gui Yuan sect will protect Yi Shiwen. At this time, the law manifestation expert of the Gui Yuan sect said with a sneer, "Damn it!" The Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan expert yelled. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. He immediately slammed his palm toward Yi Shiwen. The root of all this trouble was caused by Yi Shiwen. As long as Yi Shiwen was slapped to death, everything would be solved. Would the Gui Yuan sect really fall out with the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan for a dead person? Chapter 994. How dare you! Seeing that the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan actually took advantage of the chaos, everyone from the Gui Yuan sect was furious. However, the speed of a law manifestation realm expert was so fast that it almost exceeded the limit of what the naked eye could see. The area was shrouded in his territory. His speed was elevated to a terrifying level in the shortest time. Schwa! The Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan's law manifestation realm expert instantly rushed up and slapped down directly. However, just as he was about to hit Yi Shiwen moved. His figure directly turned into a cluster of golden light and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Boom! The Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan's law manifestation realm expert's palm only hit a cluster of golden light. Then the terrifying palm force poured directly into the ground, blasting a big hole in the ground instantly. Gravel flew everywhere. When Yi Shiwen reappeared, he was already outside the range of the territory. Outside the territory, Yi Shiwen suddenly felt comfortable all over. The feeling of suffocation that made it difficult to breathe finally disappeared. The feeling of suffocation also finally disappeared. The law manifestation realm vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan expert also looked at Yi Shiwen in a daze. He actually failed. This brat actually broke through his territory and escaped. This was beyond his expectation. It was a great shame. Although he did not know how Yi Shiwen did it, he might become a laughingstock for everyone with this alone. You are courting death. How dare you make a move in front of me? At this time, the Gui Yuan sect's law manifestation realm expert immediately made a move. He directly broke through the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan's law manifestation realm expert's territory and slapped him with a palm. Puff! He spurted a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out directly. Even if it was the same law manifestation realm expert, there was a huge difference in strength between each other. You. The Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan's law manifestation expert glanced hatefully at the Gui Yuan sex experts and Yi Shiwen. Then he led the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's experts away. At this time, he also hated the Poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan's experts. They were supposed to deal with Yi Shiwen together, but now they just watched Yi Shiwen being humiliated without taking any action. However, he could tell that the Poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan had no intention of helping them fight against the Origin Returning Sect. They would only be humiliating themselves if they continued to stay. How could the Poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan's experts not know what the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's Law Manifestation expert was thinking? However, it was undoubtedly unwise to confront the Origin Returning Sect at this time. In the turmoil just now, several overlords bore the brunt. Except for the Origin Returning Sect's war chariot, the others suffered heavy losses. Although they were not nearly annihilated like the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan, they were not much better. At this time, even if the two clans joined forces, they might not be the opponents of the Origin Returning Sect's experts, unless the Sky-Splitting Whale Clan's experts joined forces. However, the Sky-Splitting Whale Clan's experts were obviously watching a good show. It was impossible to unite against the Origin Returning Sect's human experts. At this time, how could they stand up for the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's experts? Moreover, although they were beaten up by Yi Shiwen, they did not have a deep hatred like the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan. It was impossible for them to risk their lives for them. The experts of various clans were stunned. It turned out to be such an ending. The Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan caught Yi Shiwen unexpectedly. Then, Gui Yuan sect fought against the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan for Yi Shiwen. Moreover, the final result was that the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan, which had always been tough, gave up on pursuing Yi Shiwen. This was unexpected for everyone. After the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's experts left, the experts of various clans did not stay for long. They also left one after another. There was nothing interesting to watch if they stayed. After a while, only Yi Shiwen and the Origin Returning Sect's experts were left in the vast venue. Yi Shiwen stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your life-saving grace." Although Yi Shiwen was confident that he could safely escape from the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's experts, it was an indisputable fact that they saved him. Moreover, they fought against the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's experts for his sake. In any case, Yi Shiwen owed them a favor, which made him have a better impression on the Origin Returning Sect. "I'm afraid that even without our help, little brother, you can still leave freely. I was a busybody," the old man from the Origin Returning Sect said with a smile. Although he said so, the corners of his mouth were overflowing with a smile. As he said so, everyone remembered that when the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's Law Manifestation Realm experts ambushed, Yi Shiwen easily broke free from the shackles of the territory. In other words, even if they did not take action, Yi Shiwen might not be in danger. The greatest advantage of the Law Manifestation Realm experts was the use of territory. Without the advantage of territory, there was no doubt that their strength would be weakened a lot. It would not be so easy to deal with Yi Shiwen. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was able to avoid such a quick ambush. Needless to say, Yi Shiwen could escape even if they did not intervene just now. No wonder you are so calm. It turns out that you have a trump card. Pei Xingqian stepped forward and patted Yi Shiwen's shoulder, saying, "Ai, it's a pity. I wouldn't have come out if I knew." Pei Xingqian was completely friendly, giving people a strange feeling. However, it would be a big mistake to underestimate him because of this. "No matter what, you stood up for me today. This favor, I will acknowledge it," Yi Shiwen said in a serious manner. "Well, you're straightforward. I told you that you are not a pretentious person. In fact, it's nothing. It's just that we have long been unhappy with the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan. My elder brother even died in their hands. In my lifetime, I must reach the pinnacle of martial arts and destroy the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan. Pei Xingqian still looked a little sloppy at first, but gradually the murderous aura on his face became heavier. Yi Shiwen was a little shocked. If Pei Xingqian's idea spread out, it would definitely cause a great commotion. What kind of existence was the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan? It was a terrifying inheritance that existed for tens of thousands of years. There were many experts in the clan. There were even many law, manifestation realm experts. Even if Gui Yuan's sect exhausted its power, there was no way to overturn the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan. Pei Xingqian actually set the destruction of the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan as his goal. It showed how deep his hatred for the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan was. However, Yi Shiwen understood Pei Xingqian very well. If his brother and sister were killed, he would also go crazy. Not to mention the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan in front of him. Even if it was the god of heaven, he would still kill it. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan was nothing. However, looking at the expressions of the Gui Yuan sect people, it was obvious that they were already used to it. At this time, the law manifestation realm elder from the Gui Yuan sect said, "I think you must be wondering why we must save you, even at the cost of offending the entire vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan." Yi Shiwen nodded. This is also related to the situation of our human clan in the entire Endless Sea region. In the Flourished Cloud Sea region, our human clan situation is not bad. Although we can overwhelm the Sea clan in general, it can be regarded as an equal. The elder continued, but in general, when our human clan faces the Sea clan, we lose more than we win. Our human clan is an outsider in the Endless Sea region, not a native. Compared to these sea clans, we are naturally at a disadvantage. They can exert 120% of their strength here, and we can only be weakened. Yi Shiwen listened quietly. The human clan situation in the Endless Sea region was worse than he imagined. At least, relatively speaking, the Flourished Cloud Sea region was still acceptable. However, in the Flourished Cloud Sea region, he could still see that the human clan had to tolerate the Sea clan in many matters. They dared not really have a huge conflict. This was also related to the overall weakness of the human clan in the Endless Sea region. In this situation, any young expert of our human clan could be targeted by the other party. In our Gui Yuan sect, several former young sect masters were killed by the other party. It can be said that we have suffered a heavy loss. The old man said with a cold smile. He seemed to have recalled some bad memories, and his murderous aura was overflowing from his body. For any young human expert to grow up, he or she must face the surprise attacks of the Sea clan clans. He or she must go through more hardships before he or she can grow up. Even Xingqian has encountered many sneak attacks. We didn't expect your appearance. If I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't be a martial artist from our Flourished Cloud Sea region. Yi Shiwen nodded. He was shocked. He didn't expect the situation to be so bad. Even a young sect master like Pei Xingqian would suffer from underhanded schemes. Yi Shiwen had suffered underhanded schemes more than once or twice along the way, but he didn't take it to heart. He only thought it was because he offended the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan. It seemed that it was far from that simple. No wonder the poisonous flaming dragon clan targeted him so easily. Is it really because of the poisonous young master? It's not easy for our human clan to have an expert, but it's not just that. After a while, you will naturally know why we saved you. Now you'd better go with us. Whether it is the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan or the poisonous flaming dragon clan, I'm sure they are still nearby. If you go out alone, you will definitely be ambushed by them. The elder from the Gui Yuan sect said, "If you don't have anything urgent to do, you can stay in our Gui Yuan sect for a while. The competition for the top 100 list is about to begin. Thank you for your hospitality." Yi Shiwen did not refuse, not only because of the possible ambush by the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan and the poisonous flaming dragon clan, but most importantly, he also needed a quiet environment to push his cultivation to Transcendent Realm 6th level. Chapter 995. Guiyuan Sect, Guiyuan Island. Although it was only an island, it had a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. It could be considered a small continent. The entire Guiyuan Island was occupied by the Guiyuan sect. Dozens of spiritual veins were captured from the sea and connected to the bottom of the island. They provided spiritual energy to the Guiyuan Island day and night. The spiritual energy on the Guiyuan Island was several times more than the outside world. In some hidden places, the spiritual energy was several times more than here. Now, Yi Shiwen was in a sealed, closed-door cultivation room. Any abnormalities inside would not affect the outside world. Yi Shiwen could also break through with peace of mind. After laying down another layer of array, Yi Shiwen finally began to break through to the Transcendent Realm 6th level. Transcendent Realm 5th level and Transcendent Realm 6th level were naturally different. If the Transcendent Realm was divided into 3 stages, then the Transcendent Realm 6th level would be the Transcendent Realm intermediate peak. If he ascended to the Transcendent Realm 7th level, he would be considered to have ascended to the Transcendent Realm late stage. During this period, Yi Shiwen's accumulation was extremely profound. Ascending to the Transcendent Realm 6th level was only a matter of time. If he had enough time, he could even ascend to the Transcendent Realm 7th level in one go. Amidst the almost materialized spiritual energy, Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh. The disciples of the major sects were indeed incomparable to the average individual cultivator. Just the cultivation environment alone was already 10 times, or even dozens of times better than the average person. The average person would never be able to catch up to them even if they pursued for a lifetime. Moreover, the disciples of these major sects were all top-notch geniuses from Tianzi Zongheng. They were innately stronger than the average person. Furthermore, they were nurtured after birth. It would be difficult for them to not be outstanding. The pores all over his body suddenly opened up, and an endless amount of spiritual energy began to be absorbed by him. Every time he wanted to break through, the amount of spiritual energy he needed was more than an astronomical figure. If he had to accumulate it by himself, no matter how much wealth he had accumulated, it would be quickly used up. However, he didn't need to be polite since he was in the Guiyuan sect. The Guiyuan sect had existed for countless years. Their accumulation was much deeper than the true martial universities. This spirit energy was an astronomical amount of wealth for Yi Shiwen. However, it was just a drop in the bucket for the Guiyuan sect. How could they recruit so many disciples if they couldn't even afford this? Even so, Yi Shiwen's crazy absorption of spiritual energy still alarmed the Guiyuan sect's higher-ups. The Guiyuan sect's higher-ups, who were hidden in the layers of mysterious space, focused their attention on him. Generally, the spiritual energy absorbed by the law manifestation realm experts with all their might not be as ferocious as this. This was just a Transcendent Realm 5th level kid. This piqued the interest of many high-level members of the Guiyuan sect. They all knew about Yi Shiwen's origin. However, they didn't know how he had cultivated. How could he cause such a huge commotion with just a breakthrough? Yi Shiwen didn't know that he had attracted the attention of the Guiyuan sect's higher-ups. He was focused on absorbing spiritual energy and breaking through the last step. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't have much of a reaction. If they want to see, then let them see. Ascending to the Transcendent Realm 6th level was only a matter of time. Yi Shiwen's accumulation was already deep, and there was no longer any progress. However, it took him more than a month to ascend to the Transcendent Realm. Boom! After more than a month, Yi Shiwen, who had been sitting cross-legged like a stone statue for more than a month, suddenly opened his eyes. A long roar transformed into rolling sound waves that spread in all directions. An aura that was much more powerful than before suddenly spread out from his body. Even the sturdy formation in the secret room was instantly flattened by this aura. Transcendent Realm 6th level. When Yi Shiwen was at the Transcendent Realm 5th level, he could already kill an ordinary Transcendent Realm 9th level expert. Now that he had truly ascended to the Transcendent Realm 6th level, any Transcendent Realm 9th level expert was nothing in front of him. However, the phenomenon on his body only lasted for a moment. Soon, Yi Shiwen retracted it, like a treasured sword hidden in its scabbard. His aura convergence technique became more and more proficient. If one didn't know him, it would be hard to imagine that he was a top-notch expert who slaughtered Transcendent Realm 9th level experts many times. After Yi Shiwen exited his seclusion, he learned that the flourished Cloud Sea region was in an uproar because of him. Yi Shiwen's name had also become famous overnight in the world. Take a look at his ferocious battle record. Even Transcendent Realm 9th level experts were slaughtered by him. He was not a Transcendent Realm 7th level or 8th level expert. In the flourished Cloud Sea region, the Law Manifestation Realm experts did not come out. Each of them was in closed-door cultivation, striving to reach a higher realm before the end of their lifespan. They even wanted to touch the mysterious and unattainable realm of immortality. Half-step Law Manifestation experts would not come out easily. They were also in close cultivation, striving to break into the Law Manifestation realm. Only the experts who broke into the Law Manifestation realm could be regarded as influential in the flourished Cloud Sea region. They would be respected wherever they went. Therefore, in the hearts of many warriors in the flourished Cloud Sea region, the Transcendent Realm 9th level was almost a top-notch expert. Ordinary people could not even dream of it, especially for many warriors below the Transcendent Realm. They did not know the existence of the Law Manifestation experts. For them, the Transcendent Realm 9th level was already the supreme existence that ruled the entire flourished Cloud Sea region. For example, the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan's Elder 18 had been dispatched many times. He was a veteran Transcendent Realm 9th level expert with a fierce reputation. Many people knew his name more than the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan's clan leader. Such an expert died in Yi Shiwen's hands, and more than one. As time passed, more and more details were revealed. Yi Shiwen did not kill the Transcendent Realm 9th level expert in a one-on-one battle. Instead, he killed multiple Transcendent Realm 9th level experts when he was ambushed. This was a completely different situation from one-on-one. Yi Shiwen's image suddenly became incomparably lofty among many people. They did not know that even among the Transcendent Realm 9th level, there were strong and weak. Even the extremely strong Transcendent Realm 9th level expert could kill a newly ascended Transcendent Realm 9th level expert with a slap. For them, Yi Shiwen, who could easily slaughter the Transcendent Realm 9th level expert, was already amazing. Many people even cried out in surprise. Could it be that the experts of the younger generation were already so powerful? However, these news were nothing compared to the news that came out immediately afterward. Crown Prince Crocodile died. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan's young clan leader, Crown Prince Crocodile, died. As soon as this news came out, the entire flourished Cloud Sea region was in an uproar. Although the heirs of the Overlord forces had fallen in the past, they often died in accidents such as in the ruins and the like. At least, this was the case on the surface. But now the evidence was conclusive. Many people saw with their own eyes that Crown Prince Crocodile died in Yi Shiwen's hands. Everyone was stunned by Yi Shiwen's audacity. Compared with the courage to kill Crown Prince Crocodile, the surprise of his strength was not so eye-catching. Not only was Crown Prince Crocodile killed, but the poisonous Flaming Dragon clan's poisonous young master also fled in panic twice. This added a mysterious halo to Yi Shiwen. Some people even faintly began to call him the top expert of the younger generation. That was nothing. Later, the fierce collision between the two overlords, Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan and Gueyuan sect, broke out. The Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan would not let it go after the death of Crown Prince Crocodile. They must hunt down Yishuin and let him die without a burial place. However, Gueyuan sect came forward to protect Yishuin. This immediately brought the relationship between the two overlords to a freezing point. Although their relationship was already bad, it was still rare to see such a confrontation. Even the confrontation between the two overlord forces faintly triggered a confrontation between the two behemoths in the flourished Cloud Sea region, the Human Clan and Sea Clan. The two sides had been peaceful for countless years. At this time, there was a hint of tit-for-tat. No one was willing to give in. The Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's young clan master died. They naturally vented their anger. They even contacted many sea clans to pressure the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan. However, they did not expect that the Human Clan, which was quite tolerant in the past, seemed to be stimulated by something at this time. They faintly stood behind Gueyuan sect and supported Gueyuan sect. The conflict between the two behemoths in the human sea was almost on the verge of breaking out. At this time, Sea Dragon Mansion also issued an announcement that the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan would not be allowed to openly harm the Human Clan elites. They directly stood with Gueyuan sect. The unyielding attitude of the two overlords of the human race had left many people dumbfounded, and this was all because of Yi Shiwen alone. Could it be that Yi Shiwen had a mysterious origin? Many people could only think in this direction. Apart from that, they could not come up with any reason to convince themselves. Even many Sea Clan experts thought so. Apart from that, there seemed to be no other reason for the two human overlords to stand behind Yi Shiwen at this time. Even Yi Shiwen was a little puzzled. Others might not know, but how could he not know? It was possible to say that they were interested in his potential. The so-called background was pure nonsense. It was ridiculous. If he really had a background, it could only be true martial school. However, with true martial school's power in this ancient Baron's continent, it was not comparable to a family like the Wang family. What was the reason then? But at this time he could not think too much. The top 100 list competition that happened once every 30 years was about to begin. Everyone's attention was suddenly attracted to this competition. Chapter 996. The reason why the competition for the top 100 list could attract so many people's attention was because it would be the most intense one. Now, the top few experts on the list had news of slaughtering Transcendent Realm 9th level experts, which meant that their strength had reached the peak. Similarly, their age had also reached the limit to participate in the top 100 list competition. After that, they would either pass the age limit or break into a higher realm. They wouldn't want to participate in such a ranking competition at all. In other words, when the next top 100 list competition came, their strength would inevitably decline by one level or even several levels. It would only be interesting to watch when the next batch of geniuses grew up. It could even be said that this year's top 100 list competition was far beyond everyone's imagination. In the countless top 100 list competitions, it was a gathering of geniuses. In the past, a genius who entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level would be able to suppress his peers and laugh proudly. But now, the poisonous young master, flaming young master, and others had defeated or killed Transcendent Realm 9th level experts. Not to mention Yi Shiwen, the infamous demon god. There were also many other forces experts. This year's competition would be exceptionally intense, far beyond everyone's imagination. What's more, with so many experts, it would attract some experts who originally disdained to participate. At that time, it would be an unprecedented grand occasion. With such thoughts in mind, countless experts began to head towards the top 100 island. No one remembered the original name of the top 100 island. They only remembered that a long time ago, The Top 100 Island was used as the competition venue for the Top 100 List competition. Over time, no one remembered the original name, and it was only called the Top 100 Island. In order to withstand the aftermath of the younger generation experts' battle, this island had been reinforced countless times by countless predecessors. It could be said to be extremely sturdy. This island was also jointly controlled by the 3 overlords of the human race and the 3 overlords of the sea race, a total of 6 major forces. Normally, no one was allowed to approach this small island. Only when it was time for the top 100 rankings would it be opened for everyone to enter. Every 30 years, the entire top 100 island would become unusually lively. In the holy land of the poisonous Flaming Dragon clan, a figure was sitting cross-legged above the poisonous smoke volcano. It was the poisonous young master. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by poisonous gas. More and more poisonous gas was being extracted from the poisonous smoke volcano and integrated into his body. His cultivation was also becoming more profound. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His eyes were abnormally cold, and a dark green poisonous gas flashed through them. Yi Shiwen, Yi Shiwen, Yi Shiwen, I must dismember your body into 10,000 pieces and let you die a miserable death. What a proud genius he was. He had always been the one bullying others. When had he ever been bullied by others? Even if it was the other great genius from the same clan, the Flame Young Master, he had never placed him in his eyes. He was the #1 person in the younger generation of the flourished Cloud Sea region. The others were nothing to worry about. Who would have thought that he would suffer a big loss in the hands of Yi Shiwen? The poison technique that he was so proud of was completely restrained by Yi Shiwen, and he simply didn't have the strength to fight back. With his personality, how could he let the matter rest? The top 100 list competition is starting. You must come. Otherwise, I will be too disappointed. As he spoke, he straightened his body and strode out of the range of the poisonous smoke volcano. As soon as he came out, he saw a young man looking at him from afar with a bit of indifference in his eyes. This person was none other than the other top young master of the poisonous Flaming Dragon clan, the Flame Young Master. I heard that you were defeated by that human, and you still fled in the middle of the night. A bit of sarcasm flashed across the corner of the Flame Young Master's mouth. Obviously, the relationship between the two sides was not so harmonious. You'd better take care of yourself. In this top 100 list competition, I want him to die without a burial place. The poisonous young master did not deny it. This was already a well-known matter, although he was also annoyed that the Flame Young Master exposed his shortcomings. It doesn't matter if you want to dismember his body into 10,000 pieces or die without a burial place. Anyway, you will all be the losers. The one who can win the championship in the end is only me, said the Flame Young Master lightly. What did you say? The poisonous young master suddenly glared at the Flame Young Master. Who are you saying is the loser? Do you want to fight with me here first? Now, why not? Anyway, it's just a matter of time, said the Flame Young Master coldly. In the holy land of the Sky-Splitting Whale clan, Jing Wuyuan strode out of the Holy Land. This time the champion must be me. At the same time in the Sea Demon clan, the 2 young masters of the Sea Demon clan, Boundless Sea and Wuyo, also stepped on the journey to the top 100 list. Brother, why do we have to go to the top 100 list and compete with the Sea clan and the Human clan for a position in the top 100 list? Don't we always ignore how they fight in the outside world? Above the sea, endless sea breeze blew, and Wuyo said with some confusion, because our ancestor has left the Chaos Demon Sea. The reason why the Human clan and the Sea clan didn't attack the Chaos Demon Sea before, in addition to planning to use the Chaos Demon Sea as a training ground. The most important reason is that they are afraid of the existence of the ancestor, said Boundless Sea. Now that the ancestor has left, they are no longer afraid. If we don't strive to integrate into the Chaos Demon Sea, when the armies of the two clans come, it will be the time for our Sea Demon clan to be destroyed. Without the ancestor, our Sea Demon clan no longer has the prerequisite to be isolated from the world. The only way is to integrate into the Chaos Demon clan. What's more, there are so many young masters in the outside world. If we can't see them one by one, we will have regrets in this life. The Sealed Demon was obviously the ancestor of the Sea Demon clan, but the relationship between the two sides was definitely not harmonious. The Sea Demon clan had not tried to release this ancestor for so many years. After the demon was released, he quickly gave up on the Sea Demon clan and had no intention of staying at all. Then, we must leave our names on the top 100 list. Everyone was advancing towards the top 100 island. Yi Shiwen, who was in the Guiyuan sect, finally came out of seclusion. However, Pei Xingqian had not come out of seclusion yet. He was working hard to ascend from Transcendent Realm 8th level to Transcendent Realm 9th level. His foundation was not as deep as Yi Shiwen's. Moreover, it was more difficult to ascend from Transcendent Realm 8th level to Transcendent Realm 9th level than Yi Shiwen's Transcendent Realm 5th level to 6th level. Yi Shiwen came to the place where Pei Xingqian cultivated in seclusion and waited quietly. When he came out, they would leave. Not only Yi Shiwen, but there were also several Guiyuan sects Transcendent Realm 7th level and 8th level experts. They were the elites among the elites of this generation of Guiyuan sect's younger generation. Although they were not as good as Pei Xingqian, they were all experts who would participate in the top 100 list this time. As the overlord of the flourished Cloud Sea region, Guiyuan sect's foundation was profound. Since Yi Shiwen was not a Guiyuan sect disciple, he was incompatible with the Guiyuan sect's disciples. He stood quietly at the side, waiting for Pei Xingqian to come out of seclusion. Yi Shiwen could sense the changes in the aura coming from inside. Pei Xingqian's strength was gradually getting stronger, and he was not far from the day of breakthrough. While Yi Shiwen was paying attention to Pei Xingqian's seclusion, the Guiyuan sect's disciples were also paying attention to him. Yi Shiwen had become quite famous during this period, but it was the first time he saw him in person. He was the kid who had turned the flourished Cloud Sea region upside down and even caused several overlords to be in a stalemate. He didn't seem to be anything special. His cultivation was only at Transcendent Realm 6th level. Among the younger generation, such a cultivation was considered decent. However, it was nothing in front of them. Even so, no one dared to underestimate this Transcendent Realm 6th level brat. After all, he was an existence that slaughtered even Transcendent Realm 9th level experts. Just how many people did he kill to be labeled as a massacre? Such a battle record was something they didn't dare to look at all. Among the Guiyuan sect's disciples in this generation, only Pei Xingqian could be compared to him. To be able to kill a Transcendent Realm 9th level expert at Transcendent Realm 6th level. No. Previously at Transcendent Realm 5th level, such an outstanding talent would be a glorious existence in any generation. Even so, it was somewhat unreasonable for the Guiyuan sect to confront the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan. They weren't clear about the higher-ups' plans, but they didn't dare to underestimate Yi Shiwen. Since the higher-ups did this, there must be a reason. Boom! Suddenly, the door that had been in seclusion for a long time was finally kicked open. Pei Xingqian suddenly jumped out from inside. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. Pei Xingqian laughed loudly. The Transcendent Realm 9th level's aura instantly swept out. The surrounding Guiyuan sect's disciples suddenly lost their footing. Only Yi Shiwen was unaffected, as if a breeze was caressing his face. The Guiyuan sect's disciples' faces suddenly changed. They didn't expect Pei Xingqian, who came out of seclusion, to be so powerful. Even the average Transcendent Realm 9th level expert didn't have such a powerful aura. Since you're out, let's go. I'm afraid it'll be too late. At this time, a stream of light flashed. In the sky, the Guiyuan sect's law manifestation elder appeared in front of everyone. This time, the Guiyuan sect would personally lead the team to the top 100 island. Yes. Pei Xingqian laughed and nodded. Yi Shiwen, I originally wanted to compete with you. Anyway, the top 100 competition is coming soon. We have plenty of opportunities to compete. Pei Xingqian's eyes were burning with the flames of war. He had just entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level, which made him a little confident. Yi Shiwen was also one of the opponents he wanted to defeat. Chapter 997. Streaks of light streaked across the top 100 islands. The top 100 islands were usually hidden by the 6 great overlords. Only during the top 100 rankings tournament, which was held once every 30 years, would it be revealed. On this day, it was time to compete for the top 100 list again. In addition to the experts of the younger generation who were originally going to participate in the competition, there were also many warriors who dared to come from far away to watch the fun. This was a rare martial arts grand ceremony for decades. Although it was only the younger generation experts fighting, it would be a big mistake to think that the level of competition was low. Although these experts of the younger generation were very young, in terms of strength, even among the experts of the older generation, they were the cream of the crop. In the flourished Cloud Sea region, law manifestation experts were rare. Even half-step law manifestation experts were rare. In everyone's mind, Transcendent Realm 9th level was already the top expert. However, these younger generation experts, especially those at the peak, had either defeated or killed Transcendent Realm 9th level experts. It truly proved that the monstrous geniuses were a group of people that couldn't be measured by common sense. If one were to measure their strength by age, then they might die miserably. Although it was only a battle between the younger generation experts, for many individual martial artists, it might be the highest level of martial artists they could see in their lives. Moreover, once these young geniuses stepped into a certain realm, they would be able to easily defeat the veteran powerhouses of that realm. They might all be Transcendent Realm 9th level, but their strength was far more powerful than Transcendent Realm 9th level, several times or even dozens of times. For them, it was not only the younger generation's martial arts grand ceremony, but also their martial arts grand ceremony. A cyan figure entered the top 100 island quietly under such circumstances. It was Yi Shiwen. In the end, he gave up the plan to travel with the origin returning sect and came to the top 100 island alone. Although the top 100 island was only a small island, it had undergone countless generations of arrangements. Although it would only flourish for a period of time every 30 years, it was enough to become one of the most prosperous islands in the flourished Cloud Sea region. It was like a huge city. Buildings from tens of thousands of years ago, hundreds of thousands of years ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago could be seen in the city. These buildings were incompatible with the atmosphere of the present. However, everyone was used to it. As the ancient Barrens continent that had inherited countless years of civilization, it was unknown how many years it had taken for any dynasty to come and go. Many people would go into seclusion for thousands of years, or even thousands of years. Hence, they were already used to such changes. Only Yi Shiwen was somewhat unaccustomed to the passage of time. Fortunately, in any case, the passage of time between warriors was much slower than that between mortals, because the replacement of warriors was also very slow and the lifespan of warriors was too long. This was especially true for some ancient families who might still retain the etiquette and habits from hundreds of thousands of years ago. For Yi Shiwen, let alone 10,000 years, even 1,000 years was too long. In a bustling restaurant, countless warriors who arrived first were discussing the competition for the top 100 list. It's another 30 years of reincarnation. Time passes so quickly. It feels like another 30 years have passed in a seclusion. The last time I saw the poisonous young master, flaming young master, and the others, they were just Transcendent Realm 6th level or 7th level. Now, They can tear apart Transcendent Realm 9th level experts. It seems that it won't take many years for them to enter the law manifestation realm. Yeah, how many years has it been since our flourished Cloud Sea region had so many outstanding juniors? In the past, it was already amazing to have one person enter the Transcendent Realm 9th level. However, there are so many in this generation. It's really a golden era. A great era is a chaotic era. Have you forgotten this ancient adage? The more outstanding they are, the more worried I am. In any case, the more outstanding they are, the more glory we, as the flourished Cloud Sea region's warriors, will have. Yes, in the Blood Realm trial, our flourished Cloud Sea region has been at the bottom for many years. This time, we must not continue to be at the bottom. This time, the battle between the younger generation will be interesting. After they have withdrawn from the top 100 list, it will not be easy to see such a large-scale battle between them again. Yeah, maybe in a few hundred years or 1,000 years, they will be the masters of the major overlord forces. At that time, they will be in a high position. It will be difficult for them to make a move in any situation. Will Sea Dragon Young Master still be the champion in this battle? Last time, Sea Dragon Young Master was the champion, defeating all the younger generation experts and ascending to the top. If it is the same this time, it will be a little boring. It shouldn't be. I don't think so. Another 30 years have passed, and they have all improved. The competition between the geniuses of the younger generation has just begun. Winning or losing for a while doesn't matter at all. They can overtake each other at any time. Although young Master Hai Long suppressed everyone in the last competition, it may not be the case now. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was very rare for the younger generation to be decided in a single battle. If it was in the past, it would be fine. Young Master Hai Long, Pei Xingqian, and the others, if any one of them appeared in the past, they would undoubtedly be the champion and no one would doubt them. However, there were so many Heaven's Prides who could suppress all the outstanding heroes in the past in this generation. This made the outcome of the battle a mystery. Perhaps it would be thousands of years later when they all entered a stable period. Only then could the outcome be determined. But this time, in addition to Sea Dragon Young Master, I am more optimistic about Yi Shiwen. You all know what kind of character Crown Prince Crocodile is. He died in Yi Shiwen's hands. This junior is amazing. As soon as Yi Shiwen was mentioned, it immediately aroused the resonance of countless people in the restaurant. Everyone was very interested in this young man who suddenly emerged. Because he was strong enough, and he was mysterious enough. No one knew what kind of background he had. Most importantly, he almost triggered a full-scale conflict between the Gui Yuan sect and the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan. Among these factors, any one of them could attract the attention of many people, let alone so many factors. All of this announced that Yi Shiwen was extraordinary, just like the unparalleled sword. When the unparalleled sword first appeared, it was also so eye-catching. No one knew his mysterious origin. Everything was unusually eye-catching. Chapter 998. Experts from various clans gathered in various restaurants. Although these restaurants could only open for a short period of time every 30 years, they could make a lot of money every time. Especially after so many years, they had made a lot of money. For who would win the championship in the end? The experts of various clans had their own guesses. The human clan experts naturally felt that the newcomer had a higher chance of winning. With the fact that young Master Sea Dragon won the championship, it was naturally more credible. On the other hand, the Sea Clan experts also thought that the younger generation of the Sea Clan was also full of experts. They would not necessarily lose to young Master Sea Dragon. For a while, everyone had their own opinions, but before the real battle began, no one knew who would win. However, among these news, one news caught Yi Shiwen's attention. After Crown Prince Crocodile, the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile clan should have no leader. Many people even speculated that without Crown Prince Crocodile as a leader, they should be much more low-key. Some even predicted that the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan might be absent from this top 100 list competition. For the younger generation experts, this might be an extremely important matter, but for a behemoth like the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan, it was nothing at all. Never mind not participating in 1 year. Even if they did not participate in 10 years, they would still be one of the overlords of the flourished Cloud Sea region. In this kind of ranking competition, it was not a big problem whether they participated or not. Many of the younger generation experts in the flourished Cloud Sea region were not interested in participating at all. It was fine if they did not participate. However, if they participated and could not get into the top 10, then it would be shameful. If Crown Prince Crocodile was here, it would not be a problem for them to win the top 10. They even had a chance to win the championship. However, after the absence of Crown Prince Crocodile, this year's competition was full of geniuses. The experts promoted by the major forces would have the strength to win the championship in previous years. However, in this year's competition, they were only the favorites to win the championship. It was conceivable that this year's competition was fierce. They might not even get into the top 10. In that case, it would be a great shame. It was better not to participate. Many people thought so. Even Yi Shiwen thought so. But the result was not the case. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan not only came with great fanfare, but also promoted another monstrous genius to replace Crown Prince Crocodile's position. There was no news about this genius named Crocodiling. Although everyone had never heard of this person named Crocodiling, they quickly dug out information about him. It was said that hundreds of years ago, he once competed with Crown Prince Crocodile for supremacy. The two sides had been competing from the innate realm to the Great Sage realm. After reaching the Great Sage realm, Crocodile's shadow gradually quieted down. People thought that he was another meteor-like figure, shining for a while and then completely annihilated. Unexpectedly, after Crown Prince Crocodile fell, he appeared in front of everyone again. Although some of the older generation knew Crocodiling, that was the information from hundreds of years ago. Not many people knew Crocodiling's current strength. However, since he could be pushed out to replace Crown Prince Crocodile, his strength would obviously not be bad. Therefore, after Yi Shiwen, Crocodiling once again became the topic of everyone's discussion. Everyone was amazed. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan's foundation was deeper than they thought. They thought that after Crown Prince Crocodile fell, the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan could no longer push out a leader. Unexpectedly, there was still one hidden. At this time, everyone obviously understood that this should be the strategy prepared by the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan. Crown Prince Crocodile was just the one pushed out on the surface. Yi-Ing was one of the backups they prepared. However, only an overlord force like the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan could come up with such a plan. It was already remarkable for an ordinary force to have such a genius, let alone hiding one. It was simply impossible. Yi Shiwen also secretly became vigilant. A clan like the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan was definitely not comparable to ordinary clans. It had a deep foundation and should not be underestimated. This time, the competition for the top 10 of the top 100 list was more intense than he imagined. Since Crocodiling had emerged, how many unknown experts would emerge? Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen only felt his blood boiling. Wasn't it his real purpose to come to the ancient Baron's continent? But just as everyone was discussing fiercely, there was a fierce noise coming from the downstairs. Everyone came to the window and looked down. Yi Shiwen looked down and saw two groups of people confronting each other on the street. The oppressive side was the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts that everyone was discussing now. In this top 100 list competition, many vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts came. At this time, more than half of them came. In a shadow behind these vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts, a figure stood in it, as if to integrate with the shadow. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen's sharp eyes, he might not even be able to find the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan expert hidden in the shadow. Like a poisonous snake in the shadow, it could pounce out of the shadow at any time. Even just a glance gave people a sense of extreme danger. Although Yi Shiwen didn't know the person's name, he guessed the person's name almost immediately. It should be Crocodile Shadow, who is now the focus of everyone's discussion. On the other side, there was also a group of people, but they were obviously much worse than the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan. Their aura was completely suppressed. The two people in the lead were also Yi Shiwen's old acquaintances. They were Bai Hanmo and Yao Qian, whom he had not seen for a long time. After not seeing each other for such a long time, both of their cultivation had made great progress. Yao Qian, who was still in close cultivation to break through to Transcendent Realm 7th level, had now entered Transcendent Realm 8th level. Bai Hanmo's cultivation was even more amazing. He had entered Transcendent Realm 8th level peak. He was not inferior to Crown Prince Crocodile and others before entering the demon subduing tower. It was only a matter of time before he caught up with Yi Shiwen and others. Bai Hanmo's talent was, as Yi Shiwen had guessed before. Once he got serious, his talent and speed would not be worse than Crown Prince Crocodile and others. He might even be stronger. He had great talent. As long as he cultivated seriously, he would soon have unexpected achievements. Judging from his current situation, he was not far from entering Transcendent Realm 9th level. It was just a matter of time. Yi Shiwen looked at the overall situation. Bai Hanmo and others were surrounded by the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan. As for why the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan besieged them, Yi Shiwen knew it must be because of him. Sunny Bamboo Chamber of Commerce helping Yi Shiwen was not a secret. Many people knew it, especially after Yi Shiwen became famous in the flourished Cloud Sea region. Many people were amazed that Sunny Bamboo Chamber of Commerce had the courage to go against the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan. Even in the entire flourished Cloud Sea region, few forces dared to go against the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan. Now that they couldn't find Yi Shiwen, they would definitely find trouble with Yao Qian. After all, this matter was caused by Yi Shiwen. Does your Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan want to start a war with our human clan before the top 100 list competition? Yao Qian said, gritting her teeth. If there was a conflict, most of them were not the opponents of these Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts. Therefore, they had to use words to restrain these crocodiles. Sister Yao, why are you talking so much with these stinky crocodiles? They don't have a list to find trouble with Brother Yi, so they came to us. At most, we will fight them. Before I went out, my mother gave me something good. I will kill them. Before the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts could speak, Bai Hanmo had already shouted. Listening to his tone, it seemed that killing these Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts was not much more difficult than killing a bug. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They all looked at Bai Hanmo in amazement. Is he out of his mind? These Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts in front of them were not easy to deal with. They wanted to kill them. Only Yi Shiwen knew that Bai Hanmo was not boasting. From the beginning, when he met Bai Hanmo, he knew that Bai Hanmo's origin was mysterious. He even guessed that Bai Hanmo might be a descendant of a big family in the ancient Barrens continent. The descendants of these big families were rich and had a variety of means. Which of them did not have one or two life-saving means? Maybe there was a way to kill these Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts. In the eyes of others, Bai Hanmo was just being stubborn. However, in Yi Shiwen's view, Bai Hanmo was by no means the kind of person who liked to boast. Maybe this little guy really had such a plan. If he really killed these Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts in front of him, then he would definitely become the second most wanted criminal in the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan, second only to Yi Shiwen. Arrogant. These vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts were completely enraged by Hanmo. As the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts, they had noble status and powerful strength. Since when were they so despised? What did he mean by killing them? Are they bugs? Can they be killed at will? You have guts. I want to see if you are still so tough after I break all your bones. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan expert made a brazen move. He was also a Transcendent Realm 8th level expert. Chapter 999. Although they were not the younger generation, the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan could send so many Transcendent Realm 7th level and 8th level experts. It showed the depth of the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan's foundation. Yi Shiwen killed many of them previously. Later, they suffered a big loss in the hands of the vicious beast. Now they could still send so many experts. It was conceivable how deep their foundation was. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan expert didn't even take out his weapon. He directly clawed through the air, bursting the air on the spot. Suddenly, the 5 claws grabbed by Hanmo. Facing the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan expert, Hanmo wasn't afraid at all. He just sneered. He didn't even pull out his weapon. He directly greeted with a punch. His fist seemed to be covered with a jade-like color, flowing with colorful streamers. Boom! A loud explosion came from the point of contact, and sparks flew in all directions. It could be seen how intense the fight between the two sides was. The terrifying shockwaves even caused the specially reinforced space on the top 100 island to distort a little. But to everyone's surprise, a figure flew out directly. It was not Hanmo, but the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan expert. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan expert spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately flew out and crashed into the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts behind him. Boom! Boom! Immediately, several Transcendent Realm 7th level and 8th level vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts had their bones broken. Their bodies were swept out. Can't withstand a single blow, said Hanmo with a grin. He didn't even look at the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts who were blown away by his punch. It seemed that he didn't care at all. These people couldn't even withstand one punch from him. What qualifications did they have for him to pay attention to them? At this time, everyone finally recovered. Thinking about Hanmo's words, they had a completely different view from just now. Perhaps this young man was not just boasting about killing these vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts. He might be able to do it. Who is this person? Why is he so powerful? Someone said the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan's expert is also a veteran Transcendent Realm 8th level expert, but he couldn't even take one punch. Has he reached the realm of poisonous young master and flaming young master? I don't know. I've never seen this person before, but that's normal. Isn't there always this kind of young expert that we've never seen before? It's precisely because of this that the competition for the top 100 list is so interesting. Just like the unparalleled sword from before. Didn't he also come out without any warning? Suddenly, everyone began to discuss Hanmo in the middle of the field. Hanmo's face also showed a somewhat triumphant expression. Obviously, he was quite proud of being the focus of everyone. You are so naughty. Yao Qian looked at Hanmo helplessly and said, after so many years, the little guy from the Bai family that she just met was already stronger than her. If he was given enough time, there would not be many opponents among the younger generation experts in the flourished Cloud Sea region. This time, no one took what he had said before as mere stubbornness. Many people were speculating about the so-called birds of a feather flock together. Even the people around Yi Shiwen were already so outstanding. So, how strong would Yi Shiwen be? The entire scene fell into a strange silence. Everyone was looking at the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts, who had always been tough and refused to suffer losses, suddenly suffered such a big loss. How could they give up at this time? The Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts were looking at Crocodile Shadow in the shadow behind them. Among these people, Crocodile Shadow was the only one who could make the decision. However, he didn't have the slightest interest in the extremely tense scene. Instead, he looked straight at Yi Shiwen, who was watching the fun on the second floor. His intuition told him that this person was the most dangerous among the people present. Even he felt such a threat. As for the others, they were nothing to worry about at all. Did he notice me? The corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth raised slightly. He just looked at Crocodile Shadow coldly. Just as Yi Shiwen could quickly discover Crocodile Shadow among the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's group, Crocodile Shadow quickly discovered Yi Shiwen's uniqueness. The hidden danger made his heart palpitate. "Friend, come down and meet me." At this time, Crocodile Shadow suddenly said to Yi Shiwen. His eyes were burning. He stared at Yi Shiwen without stopping for a moment. Everyone was shocked. Many people noticed Crocodile Shadow in the shadow. Many people still couldn't figure out who the person in the shadow was. However, the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's people were looking at him. Obviously, he was also a big shot in the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan. Looking at the direction he was looking at, it was a young man in a green shirt, standing on the second floor with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be watching a good show, watching everything in the field. "Brother Yi." Bai Hanmo quickly discovered Yi Shiwen and immediately said in surprise. Yao Qian's eyes were filled with surprise as well as she looked around. Although she knew that the probability of encountering Yi Shiwen on this top 100 island was high, she didn't expect to meet him so soon. With Yi Shiwen around, her heart was inexplicably calmer. Perhaps it was because of Yi Shiwen's valiant battle record, or perhaps it was because of other reasons. In short, the moment she saw Yi Shiwen appear, she relaxed a lot. These Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts in front of her no longer felt difficult to deal with. Seeing that everyone had seen him, Yi Shiwen no longer hid. He took a step forward, and his figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Yao Qian and Bai Hanmo, regardless of the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan members on the other side. Yi Shiwen just smiled and said to Yao Qian and Bai Hanmo, "I haven't seen you for a long time. You are getting stronger." Initially, Yi Shiwen thought that Yao Qian could enter the Transcendent Realm 7th level. Now, she had entered the Transcendent Realm 8th level. Although she had just entered, it was already beyond Yi Shiwen's expectation. Bai Hanmo was more surprising than Yao Qian. Before Yao Qian spoke, Bai Hanmo had already said first, right? "I am much stronger than before." Ha ha ha. Obviously, it was a very happy thing for Bai Hanmo to be recognized by Yi Shiwen. After experiencing the previous incident, Bai Hanmo was much more mature than the beginning. He knew that he had to work hard to cultivate. This world was definitely countless times more dangerous than he imagined. But his temperament had not changed much. He was still like a child. Just as everyone was still guessing who the person in front of them was, a Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan expert suddenly recognized Yi Shiwen's identity and exclaimed, "Yi Shiwen, are you Yi Shiwen?" At this time, everyone was in an uproar. "He is Yi Shiwen." "No way. He is Yi Shiwen. He is really bold. At this time, he is not with the Gui Yuan sect. Isn't he afraid of being killed by the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts? How is it possible? On this top 100 island, those law manifestation experts are not allowed to make a move. Except for the law manifestation experts, how many people can be Yi Shiwen's opponent? He doesn't seem to be that powerful. Legend has it that he had beheaded many Transcendent Realm 9th level experts. Is this true? It doesn't look like it. How can he be so powerful?" The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this matter. They were still talking about Yi Shiwen previously. who knew that in the blink of an eye, the legendary protagonist actually appeared beside them. There were also many people who were gossiping just now. At this time, they were glad that they didn't say anything bad about Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, it would be terrible if Yi Shiwen heard it at this time. In fact, this was a person who dared to kill the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's young clan master. What else couldn't he do? Even Crown Prince Crocodile did it, let alone them. Hearing that the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan expert identified Yi Shiwen's identity, Crocodile Shadow's face flashed a little. Obviously, he had heard a lot about Yi Shiwen during this time. The Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan hated Yi Shiwen even more. The death of Crown Prince Crocodile was a heavy loss that their Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan could not afford to lose. In addition to Crown Prince Crocodile, several Transcendent Realm 9th level experts also died in Yi Shiwen's hands. The loss was huge. Although the resentment was not hurt, the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan, who had always been arrogant, could not accept it. However, it was their business to hate Yi Shiwen. As for Crocodile Shadow, he just flashed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward and said, "Are you Yi Shiwen?" "Yes, you are Crocodile Shadow," Yi Shiwen just said with a smile. Everyone was in an uproar again. If Yi Shiwen was the core of the discussion, then the other core was obviously the mysterious Crocodile Shadow of the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan. Unexpectedly, they met both of them. It felt like they met a ghost when they went out. However, everyone quickly restrained their thoughts. Compared to the clash between the two top experts of the younger generation that they were looking forward to, gossiping about them was nothing. Yes, Crocodile Shadow did not hesitate and nodded directly. "Now you are a celebrity in our clan." "That's my honor," said Yi Shiwen with a smile. The Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's people's faces immediately sank. They did not think it was an honor. On the contrary, it was their shame. "Speaking of which, I have to thank you," said Crocodile Shadow with a sinister smile. Chapter 1000. "Speaking of which, I have to thank you," Crocodile Shadow said with a sinister smile. "If you didn't kill Crown Prince Crocodile, I don't know when those old bastards will let me out." Crocodile Shadow's words sent chills down everyone's spines. Although it was just a simple sentence, the resentment in his words made everyone shudder in fear. A young genius who was only a few hundred years old had to live in the shadow of another person as the clan's reserve force. Although Crocodile Shadow gave him a cultivation environment not inferior to Crown Prince Crocodile, it was equivalent to being sacrificed for a young man at this age. If Yi Shiwen did not kill Crown Prince Crocodile, he might have to live in the shadow of Crown Prince Crocodile for the rest of his life. As one of the hidden forces of the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan, it was a cruel thing for a young man. For an expert of the younger generation, this was a cruel thing to do. Everyone could imagine how much resentment Crocodile had for the clan. But when facing the will of the entire clan, even if he was reluctant, he had no choice. He could only be Crown Prince Crocodile Shadow and live under Crown Prince Crocodile Shadow. As a behemoth that had existed for countless years, the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan had long formed its own set of rules and regulations. While these Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts enjoyed the benefits of belonging to the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan, they were also bound by these rules. In any case, this was the naked reality. Now that Crown Prince Crocodile is no longer pressing on my head, I can breathe the air of this world freely. Ha! Crocodile Shadow laughed as he spoke. It was as if he thought of something funny. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Suddenly, Crocodile Shadow stopped laughing. He looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "To thank you, I will personally send you to hell. From now on, your name will be recorded in history. You will be the first Heaven's Pride that I kill." Recorded in history? I don't want to be recorded in history. You will not be the first genius I kill. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said coldly. His expression looked abnormally indifferent. If Crown Prince Crocodile was insolent like a lion dominating the world, then Crocodile Shadow was like a poisonous snake in the shadow. He might jump out of the shadow at any time and deal a fatal blow. This kind of venomous snake was even more terrifying than the lions on the surface. Crocodile Shadow seemed to not hear Yi Shiwen's words, or he completely ignored Yi Shiwen's words. He just said coldly, "Although those old guys can't wait for you to die, I will allow you to live until the duel. At that time, I will kill you in front of everyone. Crown Prince Crocodile is nothing. Only I am the one who should lead the vanishing, shadow, poisonous Crocodile Clan's future." Everyone took a deep breath. Crocodile Shadow planned to kill Yi Shiwen in front of everyone to establish his prestige. He was suppressed by Crown Prince Crocodile all year round and had to obey the arrangements of the entire clan. He must be Crown Prince Crocodile's shadow, the secret force cultivated by the clan. If it weren't for Crown Prince Crocodile dying in Yi Shiwen's hands this time, he might not have a chance to stand out in this life. His resentment toward Crown Prince Crocodile was imaginable. Now Crown Prince Crocodile died in Yi Shiwen's hands. If he could kill Yi Shiwen in front of everyone, wouldn't it prove that he was much stronger than Crown Prince Crocodile? Indirectly, it would be a slap in the face to the elders who decided to hide him. However, Crocodile Shadow was too confident. Even if he was on par with Crown Prince Crocodile, the person in front of him was the one who slaughtered Crown Prince Crocodile. How could he be so confident to kill Yi Shiwen in the duel? What if he was killed by Yi Shiwen instead? Obviously, Crocodile Shadow did not think of this result. Perhaps in his heart, this would not happen at all. Don't try to escape. You should know how much resentment those old fellows in our clan have towards you. You've destroyed the hope that they've personally forged. Ha! Once you leave the top 100 island, I'm afraid that they'll immediately chase after you. I hope that you won't die by their hands, but by my hands. Crocodile Shadow said plainly. Crown Prince Crocodile's death did not seem to be worth being sad for him. Even for the entire clan, it was a sad thing. But for him, it was also a matter worth celebrating because only when Crown Prince Crocodile died he could stand up. Escape? Why should I escape? Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Now the old guys in your clan must hate me. But if I kill another genius, will they go crazy?" Yi Shiwen looked at Crocodile Shadow with undisguised murderous intentions. Although he did not have much hatred with Crocodile Shadow, and it was thanks to Yi Shiwen that Crocodile Shadow could appear in front of everyone openly now. The two of them were in completely different positions. The relationship between the two sides was one of life and death. If Crocodile Shadow wanted to gain the recognition of the vanishing shadow poisonous Crocodile clan, to eliminate Crown Prince Crocodile's influence, and to prove that he was stronger than Crown Prince Crocodile, there was no faster way than to kill Yi Shiwen directly. For Yi Shiwen, it was very simple. There was only one reason. Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill him. There were no other accidents, and it was not complicated at all. That was it. Ha ha ha, kill me? I appreciate your arrogance. Enjoy your last moments. Crocodile Shadow said with a laugh. He seemed to have Yi Shiwen in his grasp, even if Yi Shiwen had killed Crown Prince Crocodile, who was equally famous with him. There are many people who have said this to me, but they are all dead, said Yi Shiwen faintly. Everyone was silent, looking at the two people in the field who were arguing. Both sides had strong confidence. Each of these geniuses had confidence that ordinary people did not have. The invincible confidence brought by the invincible battle record was necessary to embark on the martial arts path. People without this confidence would have been eliminated long ago, let alone geniuses like them. If they did not have the confidence to suppress everything, they could not go this far at all. Listening to the confrontation between the two, it was even more hidden. Both sides seemed to have the other in their grasp, as if they could kill each other in the next confrontation. Among the two, one of them must be able to do it, but they had not really fought yet. Many people dared not make a rash decision now. Needless to say, Yi Shiwen's strength was now well known in the flourished Cloud Sea region. It was enough to explain everything. Since Crocodile Shadow was pushed out to replace Crown Prince Crocodile, he would not be inferior to Crown Prince Crocodile no matter how bad he was. He was another genius. When the two sides fought, even a moment of hesitation could determine the outcome. There were too many uncertainties. You are that Crocodile Shadow. What is there to be arrogant about? You are just a person who has been suppressed by Crown Prince Crocodile for so many years. Bai Hanmo suddenly interjected with disdain in his words. When Crocodile Shadow heard this, his face changed slightly. Then he glanced at Bai Hanmo coldly. He didn't say anything, but said directly, "Live well. Pray that you don't meet me too early. Otherwise, this will be your death." Under the leadership of Crocodile Shadow, the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts evacuated one after another. The injured Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts were unconscious on the ground and taken away. Looking at the backs of Crocodile Shadow and the others leaving, Bai Hanmo sighed and said, "It's a pity. How can that guy be so calm? If he dares to attack, I will take the opportunity to kill him. In this case, Brother Yi will have one less enemy to win the championship." Yi Shiwen looked at Bai Hanmo with some amazement. He didn't expect Bai Hanmo to have such a plan. No wonder he suddenly intervened. Yi Shiwen was a little curious in his heart. What kind of trump card did Bai Hanmo have in his hand? He dared to guarantee that he could kill Crocodile Shadow. Although Yi Shiwen only roughly felt Crocodile Shadow strength, he was confident that Crocodile Shadow would not be inferior to Crown Prince Crocodile. Such a person, even Yi Shiwen had a headache. Bai Hanmo actually had the confidence to kill Crocodile Shadow. Yi Shiwen absolutely did not believe that Bai Hanmo spoke arrogantly because he did not know Crocodile Shadow's strength. Since even Bai Hanmo could see that Crocodile Shadow would be a formidable enemy, Bai Hanmo obviously would not speak arrogantly because he made a mistake. He must be prepared. "If you kill him here, then those crocodiles will probably go crazy," said Yao Qian with a smile. She knew it best. Just like how the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan did not dare to make a move just now. If Yi Shiwen killed Crocodile Shadow here, then the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan experts would go crazy and take action immediately. If Crocodile Shadow died in the arena, then they had nothing to say. Your sister Yao is right. Not to mention, Crocodile Shadow is not the only opponent this year. Even if you kill Crocodile Shadow, it won't make much difference. Yi Shiwen chuckled softly. What's more, a man should defeat strong enemies one by one and climb to the top. That is the joy of life. Who was Yi Shiwen afraid of? It had never happened before. Even if it was a powerful enemy, he had never been afraid. Moreover, they were all experts of the younger generation. If he had to rely on tricks to win, then his path of martial arts would most likely be stagnant. Brother Yi, you are right. It's just that Crocodile Shadow is not easy to deal with. Hee, now everyone is saying that Brother Yi is a popular candidate. Those sea creature clans are too arrogant. Kill them, and let them know what's good for them. Bai Hanmo quickly forgot what happened just now, and said with a smile, "Let's go. This time I will go all out." Chapter 1001. Dang! A bell rang out of nowhere and spread throughout the entire top 100 Island. The powerful sound wave shattered the clouds in the sky in an instant. The scorching sun was like fire, and when it landed on the island, it was like balls of flames. The top 100 Island, which was already relatively lively, suddenly boiled up. Everyone knew that with the ringing of this bell, the top 100 list competition would begin. All the young experts who wanted to participate could sign up and receive their own number tags. Then, they would decide who their opponent was based on their number tags. Apart from the original top 100 who could be seeded players, everyone else had to participate in battle after battle, all the way until they reached the top 100. Although Yi Shiwen had a crazy record of beheading Crown Prince Crocodile, he had to fight one battle at a time like everyone else because he was not on the list. In the center of the top 100 island, there was a huge square. The edge could not be seen from a distance. A vast number of people poured in from all directions. On the square, there were several arenas standing on the square. There were hundreds of them. Around the square, there were many stands that extended into the depths of the clouds. There were many layers of space, and it was unknown how many there were. There might be millions of spectators watching the battles. If it was just a normal space, it would be impossible to accommodate so many people at the same time. Those extending into the depths of the clouds were subspaces attached to the top 100 island space. They were also spaces developed by the predecessors. However, not many people paid attention to the top 100 list competition at the beginning. Later, more and more people paid attention to it. The stands were constantly expanding. Of course, in the deepest part of the cloud platform, there were the positions of the powerful figures of the major forces. It was in the depths of the cloud platform that the eyes could not reach. Although the location seemed to be similar, it was not in the same space at all. Yi Shiwen looked around and saw a sea of people. The experts of various clans had emerged in this crowd. Of course, the human race was the most numerous among them. The major clans of the sea race were too scattered. So, it seemed that the human race didn't have as many experts as the human race. However, despite the large number of people present, the entire scene appeared to be in an orderly manner. After all, no one knew how many times this event had been held. Thus, when the various major powers joined hands to hold this event, it was very smooth. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Wow, so many people. Bai Hanmo, who was next to Yi Shiwen, couldn't help but exclaim. It was not without reason that the top 100 list competition could become a grand event that the entire flourished Cloud Sea region paid attention to. With so many young experts, almost all the experts of the younger generation in the flourished Cloud Sea region were captured in one fell swoop. These were only the top experts of the younger generation. One could imagine that although the top 100 list was looked down upon by some experts, in reality, it was still very valuable. Although these 100 people might not be called the strongest 100 young experts in the flourished Cloud Sea region, they were almost there. Although there were fish that slipped through the net, they could still represent the top level. Young juniors. At this moment, an unknown voice spread throughout the entire plaza. Countless young martial artists quietened down. I'm very happy that all of you can participate in the top 100 rankings this time. Without a doubt, all of you are the cream of the crop among the younger generation. I won't say anything unnecessary. I'm sure all of you know what the honor of the top 100 rankings means. All the young warriors held their breath at once. Indeed, they knew very well what the honor of the top 100 list meant. Those who could participate in the top 100 list competition were already considered the best among the younger generation. The weakest among them was the Transcendent Realm 5th level or above. There was no doubt that these were the best of the younger generation if they could enter the Transcendent Realm 5th level or above within the age of 500. However, he was only one of the best. If he could enter the top 100 list, then the situation would be completely different. Every time the top 100 list was announced, it could spread throughout the flourished Cloud Sea region at once. In other words, each top 100 list could become famous all at once. For these young martial artists, there was no doubt that this was a huge attraction. I won't say much. Let's get started. With an understatement, the entire competition began. As soon as the voice fell, the name tags in the hands of many people flashed with a brilliant light, bringing them to different arenas. These arenas were specially reinforced and very sturdy. Although they seemed to be on this plaza, they were actually in a different space. It was impossible to walk in using the general method. This was also to prevent the people in the competition from affecting each other. The people in the stands could also choose to watch any competition at will. Yi Shiwen felt that a lot of eyes had fallen on him since the beginning of the competition. Although he wasn't a seeded player, but everyone was well aware of his strength, not to mention being a seeded player in the top 100. Even the top 10 wouldn't be a problem for him. Not only Yi Shiwen, but Bai Hanmo and Yao Qian next to him were also the focus of everyone's attention. Yao Qian was a seeded player in the top 100 in the previous tournament. Coupled with her beauty, she was the focus of countless people's attention. Although Bai Hanmo was not as famous as Yi Shiwen and Yao Qian, the news of him punching the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan's Transcendent Realm 8th level expert still spread in a small range. His fame began to gradually spread. Among the three, Yao Qian, who was a seeded player in the top 100, was the most relaxed. Before going through the previous elections, it was not her turn to fight. Yi Shiwen and Bai Hanmo could be summoned at any time. In the arena, haha, it's time for me to show off my skills. Bai Hanmo soon received the notice of the competition, and the first round of the competition began soon. Yi Shiwen did not pay attention to Bai Hanmo's competition. In his opinion, it was not necessary at all. With the top 100 seeded players being selected, Bai Hanmo's strength was enough to sweep the invincible. If he was given another year or two to step into the Transcendent Realm 9th level, he could even compete with experts like the poisonous young master, Flame Young Master. There was no need to worry at all. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Bai Hanmo to come out with a smile. "How is it?" asked Yao Qian with concern. "Are you hurt?" "Sister Yao, you should ask about my opponent. How did I get hurt?" "The opponent is not my opponent at all," said Bai Hanmo with dissatisfaction. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Yao Qian doubting his combat power. Not long after Bai Hanmo came out, Yi Shiwen also received the notice of the competition. Following the guidance of the nameplate, Yi Shiwen stepped directly into the arena. Yi Shiwen entered quickly. The opponent had not arrived yet. Yi Shiwen just closed his eyes slightly to rest. It didn't take long for the opponent to enter the arena. It was a Sea Clan expert. There was no doubt that he would be Yi Shiwen's opponent in the first round. The young Sea Clan expert didn't look at Yi Shiwen at all. He didn't even announce his name. He just said coldly, "I'll give you a chance. Surrender now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Insolent, not only Yi Shiwen, but many spectators in the stands who were paying attention to Yi Shiwen's battle suddenly had such a feeling. The top 100 contestants were selected as seeded contestants. As a top expert who could behead Crown Prince Crocodile, Yi Shiwen's battle naturally attracted a lot of attention. Unless there were relatives and friends participating in the competition, most of those who knew Yi Shiwen were watching Yi Shiwen's battle. Who is this Sea Clan? How can he be so arrogant? Does he know who Yi Shiwen in front of him is? Who is this person? Insolent. Does he not know Yi Shiwen? This person is dead. Yi Shiwen can even behead Crown Prince Crocodile. This person is arrogant in front of him. He is asking for trouble. At this time, everyone was on Yi Shiwen's side. After all, no matter how strong the Sea Clan was, could he be stronger than Crown Prince Crocodile? Crown Prince Crocodile was not his opponent, let alone this Sea Clan expert. Seeing that Yi Shiwen did not respond, the Sea Clan expert suddenly became a little impatient. He instantly released his aura. It turned out to be a Transcendent Realm 8th level expert. Although he had just entered the 8th level, Transcendent Realm 8th level was still a Transcendent Realm 8th level expert. He was a genuine top expert. Only then did everyone understand why this young Sea Clan expert had such a condescending look. It turned out that he had such a strong foundation, Transcendent Realm 8th level. Even among this batch of geniuses, he could at least enter the top 30 or even the top 20. In everyone's cognition, the poisonous young master and others were only Transcendent Realm 8th level peak. This unknown Sea Clan young man was actually an expert of the same level as them. If it were in previous sessions, he would at least be in the top 10. This was another dark horse who had never been on the top 100 list. If he had been on the top 100 list, everyone would have an impression of him. Moreover, he was a very strong dark horse. Unfortunately, he met Yi Shiwen. You are not bad. You can persist under my aura until now. Unfortunately, you met me. The young Sea Clan expert glanced at Yi Shiwen indifferently and said, a long sword appeared in his hand, emanating sword intent. Chapter 1002. Unfortunately, you met me? Many people wanted to laugh. Is it really a pity? Who should be the one feeling pity? Logically speaking, a Transcendent Realm 8th level expert should be invincible unless he encountered the poisonous young master, Flame Young Master, Pei Xingqian, and others. Unfortunately, he encountered each other. It's a pity that he met me. This sentence is true, but it's not certain who should be the one feeling pity. Clang! The long sword in his hand suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. The sword light was shocking, and it instantly rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. The long sword seemed to have penetrated the vast sky. In the next second, it was already in front of Yi Shiwen. It was impossible to guard against it. This sword could definitely be called a fast sword. However, no matter how fast it was impossible to be faster than Yi Shiwen. All of this was completely in Yi Shiwen's eyes. There were no secrets at all. He saw through it in an instant. Is that all? Yi Shiwen suddenly moved. His hand glowed with golden divine light. His big hand instantly reached out and directly grabbed the sword light that pounced on him. Boom! The young Sea Clan expert's sword light was crushed by Yi Shiwen in an instant. It was like a piece of paper. It was impossible to penetrate Yi Shiwen's golden divinity. Yi Shiwen blasted another punch. The young Sea Clan expert moved with his sword. His figure had just rushed over, but he did not expect Yi Shiwen to crush his sword light in an instant. He was caught off guard. Yi Shiwen's punch had already arrived. Boom! The young Sea Clan expert was directly blasted in the chest on the spot. His body flew out, and a mouthful of blood spurted all over the sky. With just this punch, he was severely injured. Yi Shiwen's fist force was enough to overturn rivers and seas. Such a strange force was like a star colossus in human form. It was imaginable how powerful it would be if it hit a person. If the opponent was not a Transcendent Realm 8th level expert, he would be killed directly with just this punch. This was under the condition that Yi Shiwen could restrain his strength. Before his breakthrough, he could already kill a Transcendent Realm 9th level expert, let alone now. All of this happened in a flash. The young Sea Clan expert, who was still wielding his sword, was defeated by Yi Shiwen's sword almost instantly. He simply had no power to fight back. Suddenly, the spectators who were paying attention to Yi Shiwen's battle were in an uproar. Many people couldn't see the confrontation between Yi Shiwen and the Transcendent Realm 8th level expert. This was because they were the weakest among them, and the cultivation of that sea race youth was completely above most of the spectators. But there were no absolutes in the world. There were always some veteran Transcendent Realm 9th level experts, or even half-step Law Manifestation Realm experts, paying attention to Yi Shiwen's battle. Everyone quickly learned what happened from their mouths. This is too outrageous. Although it is said that Yi Shiwen has the ability to kill Transcendent Realm 9th level experts, that is a Transcendent Realm 8th level expert, he can't even block one punch from him. How strong is he? Hiss! It's a mistake that he didn't make it into the top 100 seeded contestants. With such strength, it won't be a problem for him to make it into the top 100. How can Yi Shiwen be so strong? The crowd was like a pot of boiling water, boiling with excitement, although everyone was more optimistic about Yi Shiwen. For them, this should be an unusually fierce battle. They didn't expect the battle to be completely one-sided from the beginning. This Sea Clan youth was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. Those Sea Clan experts didn't look good at this time. In any case, The competition between the Sea Clan and the Human Clan was the general trend. After countless years of competition, there might not be a huge conflict in the flourished Cloud Sea region. However, it was undeniable that the filth between the Sea Clan and the Human Clan had always existed. The competition in the top 100 list focused on individual honor, but it was also an extension of the confrontation between the Sea Clan and the Human Clan. In the top 100 list, how many Human Clan experts were there? How many Sea Clan experts were there? How many in the top 50? How many in the top 10? How many in the final champion? Due to the sudden emergence of young Master Hailong, the experts of the Sea Clan were completely suppressed. This was something that many experts of the Sea Clan could not bear to see. It was just that they couldn't compete in person. At this time, it was rare to see a young Sea Clan expert. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen, then he was likely to break into the top 20 or even the top 10. But because of Yi Shiwen, he was eliminated in the first round. How could they feel good at this time? Yi Shiwen, Yi Shiwen, Yi Shiwen. Somewhere in the stands, the poisonous young master looked coldly at Yi Shiwen, who had just defeated the Sea Clan youth in one move. It had nothing to do with the glory of the Sea Clan. Even the internal struggle of the Sea Clan was no less than that of the Human Clan. It was even crueler than the struggle between the Sea Clan and the Human Clan. This was why the Human Clan could gain a foothold in the Endless Sea region despite being in a weak position. Although the human race was also complicated, it was much better than the Sea Folk. In any case, they were still part of the same race. On the other hand, although the Sea Folk claimed to be a whole race, they didn't see it that way. They were also divided into different races, and the competition between them was even greater than the competition with the humans. This was because the scope of the Human Clan's activities were on the islands and the surface of the water. They wouldn't go deep into the sea, and the fierce competition between the various Sea Clans was the main theme of everything. He just hated Yi Shiwen and wanted to tear him into pieces. At this time, he saw Yi Shiwen in the limelight. How could he be happy? However, because he was now a top 100 seeded player, he basically had nothing to do in these rounds. He could only watch and couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. What? Want to kill him? I don't think you have the strength to do so. Beside him, the flame young master mercilessly taunted, causing the poisonous young master to frown. The experts of the poisonous Flaming Dragon clan had long since become accustomed to such occurrences. It would be strange if they stopped fighting one day. Haha, well done. On another grandstand, Pei Xingqian saw that Yi Shiwen had defeated that sea race youth with a single punch and immediately applauded again and again. That sea race boy is too arrogant. It's time to teach him a lesson. Is this the Yi Shiwen you were talking about? Beside him, a young man in a luxurious robe said. He was as gentle as jade and looked abnormally gentle, but his face looked a little pale and sickly. If someone was singing, they would recognize that this was the famous Sea Dragon, young master of the Sea Dragon Mansion. Beside them, there were several young experts in groups of 3 to 5. They were also the top 100 young heroes in the top 100 list. Others wouldn't even have the opportunity to get close to them, let alone sit and discuss with them. Even so, they were all seeded players in the top 100 list. But when facing Sea Dragon Young Master and Pei Xingqian, they were more or less reserved. After all, their strength was too far from the two in front of them. In other words, they were not on the same level at all. Yes, it's him. I met him in the Chaos Demon Sea. Pei Xingqian nodded hurriedly and said, This time your position as the champion is not so stable. You may be overthrown at any time. Just you alone? You're still lacking if you want to flip me over, Sea Dragon Young Master said with a chuckle. He didn't care about Pei Xingqian's slightly threatening words at all. This time, I have prepared a surprise for you. Moreover, it won't be just me. That brat Yi Shiwen will also give you a big surprise. Pei Xingqian looked at Yi Shiwen with bright eyes. He seemed to have more confidence in himself than in himself. It seems that the princess has also come out of close cultivation this time. You have a lot of competitors. In addition to the dead crown prince crocodile, there are poisonous flaming dragon clans, poisonous young master, flaming young master, and sky-splitting whales Jing Wu Hui. I heard that even the demonic sea beast clan sent the siblings Boundless Sea and Wuyo. It's an unprecedented grand occasion. It's much more interesting than the previous few tournaments. These people are not only my opponents, but also yours. Young Master Hailong was speechless as he looked at Pei Xingqian, who seemed to be secretly delighted. These people weren't just his opponents. For anyone who aspired to be the champion, these were strong enemies that had to be defeated. What do I have to worry about? I am not the champion. Even if I lose, so what? You are different. If you lose, TSK, it will be terrible. Pei Xingqian said with a gloating look. He didn't seem to care about these people at all. Perhaps he didn't even care about the top 100 list. For others, they had to compete with the younger generation experts among tens of thousands of people for these 100 seats. But for them, the real opponents were only a few people. The others were not a concern at all. There was no need to pay too much attention at all. Now, only a few people such as Yi Shiwen, Crocodile Shadow, Boundless Sea, and the High siblings were added. There was still no need to pay attention to the others. Kid, you are too undisciplined. Otherwise, you might have surpassed me long ago. Sea Dragon Young Master said with a smile. I'm not diligent enough in my cultivation. I'm just short of spending all my time on cultivation. There are so many geniuses in the world, and I'm not the most outstanding one. It's enough for you to stand in front of me. Do you want to drag me down with you? Pei Xingqian curled his lips and said, Let's talk about Crocodile Shadow. If it weren't for Crown Prince Crocodile's death, I would have thought he was dead. I didn't expect to see him again. Chapter 1003. Yi Shiwen naturally didn't know that he had become the topic of discussion among others. After successfully defeating the first opponent and obtaining his first victory, Yi Shiwen was teleported out of the arena by the nameplate. As soon as he was teleported out of the arena, he immediately met up with Bai Hanmo and others. Compared to Yi Shiwen's indifference to Bai Hanmo's battle, Bai Hanmo had been paying attention to Yi Shiwen's battle. Seeing Yi Shiwen easily won, Bai Hanmo laughed and said, Brother Yi, you did a great job. That Sea Clan kid is too arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. But then Yi Shiwen also learned another piece of news. In addition to him, Crocodile Shadow of the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan and Boundless Sea, and Haiwuyo in the Sea Demon Clan also successfully passed the first round and became the focus of everyone. For many big shots, the entire first few rounds of selection were not worth watching at all. It was just child's play. It was nothing at all. But this time it was different because there were several tyrannical experts who were not in the top 100 list. For example, Yi Shiwen, the mysterious human clan expert with unknown origins. There was also Crocodile Shadow. Although he had the background of the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan, he was not in the top 100 list because he had been hidden for so many years. Hence, he had to choose to fight his way up from the bottom. There were also several young Sea Demon Clan experts, led by Boundless Sea and Haiwuyo, who participated in the competition for the first time. Although these were all characters who could enter the top 10, they were now hindered by the rules. Now, they had to keep fighting in these rounds and kill their way out. Their battle quickly attracted everyone's attention. Every news about them would become the focus of everyone's attention. Among these 4 people, there was no doubt that Yi Shiwen was the last to compete. Before this, Boundless Sea, Haiwuyo, Xiaomei, and Crocodile Shadow had already passed the test. Their battle was also the same as Yi Shiwen's. It was completely clean and neat. Although the opponents were only 3 Transcendent Realm 5th level and 6th level warriors, they dealt with them very quickly. It was also somewhat impressive. Many people even made malicious guesses, hoping that the 4 of them would encounter each other and fight to the death. But no matter what, the first round ended quickly. All the matches were over. Some people were happy and some were sad. Some people passed the first round easily. Some barely passed the first round. And most people didn't even pass the first round. It was really a feeling of the myriad of emotions in life. However, no one was in the mood to care about these things that seemed insignificant to them, even for those who won. Because very soon, the second round of the competition began. Almost without any pause, the second round of the competition began. In the second round, Yi Shiwen's opponent was a young Transcendent Realm 6th level human expert. However, when he saw Yi Shiwen, he immediately surrendered without hesitation. He had heard of Yi Shiwen's previous battle record. Transcendent Realm 8th level experts were not his opponent and were easily defeated by Yi Shiwen. Naturally, he did not dare to stop Yi Shiwen. In fact, after the first round, Yi Shiwen, Crocodile Shadow, Boundless Sea, Boundless Sea, Boundless Sea, and Boundless Sea immediately became the popular candidates to advance. They were basically untouchable opponents. If they encountered such an opponent, they could only blame it on their bad luck. In addition to him, there were a group of popular opponents, such as Bai Hanmo. For Yi Shiwen, this competition system was similar to the qualifier knockout. It was not difficult for him at all. After the second round passed easily, he went through 3 more rounds in a row. Almost every round did not encounter any decent resistance. There was no pressure at all. In these 5 rounds of competition, Yi Shiwen, Crocodile Shadow, and others quickly became the focus of everyone's attention. In particular, Yi Shiwen's and others' battle record became the focus of everyone's debate. From the start, no one could withstand a single move from them. Everything was just as everyone had imagined. In addition to Yi Shiwen and the other 3, there are several young top experts, such as Bai Hanmo, who suddenly emerged. They all possessed the strength of Transcendent Realm 8th level peak. This result made many people a little overjoyed, but for Yi Shiwen, he was a little disappointed. Although there were dark horses, none of them surprised him too much. There was no Transcendent Realm 9th level existence. Perhaps there were some, but they were still hiding their strength. This was also very possible. Yi Shiwen was hiding his strength. Perhaps in the eyes of others, his performance was dazzling enough, but he did not even exert 1/10 of his strength. Even the Transcendent Realm 8th level expert in the first round could not make him exert more strength. Unless he encountered an expert at the level of Crown Prince Crocodile, he would go all out. To him, this year's top 100 list was already messy enough. Since that was the case, there was no harm in making it even messier. On the contrary, being able to defeat these experts to ascend to the top was really the best thing he could do. Soon, the competition reached the 6th round. After the 6th round, the experts in the top 100 list, who were initially selected as seeded contestants, now joined the battle. This caused the battle to become even more intense. The battle was already very intense, but because of the participation of the top 100 seeded fighters, it became even more intense. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that a lot of attention on him had disappeared all of a sudden, because after the top 100 seeded contestants were announced, his original halo had also disappeared, especially when there was a champion like Sea Dragon Young Master among them. After entering the 6th round, the overall level of the competition was much higher. The Transcendent Realm 5th level and 6th level warriors had long been eliminated. It was impossible for them to last until now. Those who could last until now were experts above the Transcendent Realm 7th level. These people who could cultivate to such a level in just a few hundred years could be regarded as geniuses. By now, there were only 300 people left in the entire field. This was the case with the top 100 seeded contestants included. As long as they could win 2 more rounds, they could naturally enter the top 100 list. After that, the disdain would be the competition within the top 100 list. It was the competition for rankings, not the competition between rankings. Yi Shiwen's contestant in the 6th round was also a seeded contestant in the top 100 list. He was a young, transcendent realm 7th level human warrior. As soon as this young warrior came up, he saw that his opponent was actually Yi Shiwen. He couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Is the heavens not blessing me? The opponent in the 6th round is actually Yi Shiwen. Previously, when the top 100 seeded contestants were resting, he had been paying attention to the dark horse contestants that might suddenly emerge. Almost every ranking, there would always be some such dark horse contestants. Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly the best among the best. He could even defeat the top 10 crown prince crocodile. Almost no one had the intention to fight against such an expert. Am I really going to be eliminated outside the top 100 list? However, I have already reached the stage. I naturally can't give up easily. At this time, he stepped forward and said, I'm Lucien. Please advise me. With that said, in an instant, a huge aura emerged from Lucien's body. The Transcendent Realm 7th level peak aura swept out instantly, crushing towards Yi Shiwen mightily. Seeing the aura released by Lucien, everyone suddenly exclaimed. Some people even began to suck in a breath of cold air. This was the first time a seeded contestant in the top 100 list joined the battle. Lucien's previous ranking on the list was not high, only around 80. He had just entered the Transcendent Realm 4th level. In just a short span of 30 years, these experts at the bottom of the top 100 list had already entered the Transcendent Realm 7th level. Although they knew that they must have made a lot of progress compared to the previous tournament, they did not expect that they would progress so fast. This Lucien is already so powerful. In that case, wouldn't those who are already in the top 50 on the list have already entered the Transcendent Realm 8th level? According to the ranking of the previous tournament, Transcendent Realm 8th level could already be ranked in the top 10. But now, it seemed that they could barely enter the top 50. I'm afraid this tournament will be unprecedented. In the past, a Transcendent Realm 8th level could easily enter the top 10. Now, I'm afraid that only Transcendent Realm 8th level can enter the top 50. Our Flourished Cloud Sea region hasn't had a tournament comparable to this one in the past 10,000 years. Thinking of this, many people suddenly became excited. It was not wrong to recognize social creatures. Only in fierce competition could peerless geniuses be born. Whenever an unprecedented genius was born, there would always be one or even a few, or even a group of equally outstanding geniuses shining. Only in the midst of fierce competition would a person's sense of competition become more and more intense. The stronger their forces, the stronger the Flourished Cloud Sea region's strength. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. He saw everything about Lucien in front of him. Although he was only at Transcendent Realm 6th level, everything about Lucien fell into his eyes. There were no secrets to speak of. Take this. The teenager shouted loudly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Then he instantly appeared behind Yi Shiwen, and his fist suddenly turned into a mountain and directly blasted down. Chapter 1004. Take this. The young man yelled. His figure suddenly disappeared, and he appeared behind Yi Shiwen in an instant. His fist suddenly turned into a mountain, slamming down directly. Lucien's fist pressure was like a mountain, making everyone feel a heavy pressure in an instant. The Transcendent Realm 7th level expert deserved his reputation. He was a level higher than Yi Shiwen's current realm. Of course, his combat prowess was naturally incomparable to Yi Shiwen. A fiery saber aura in Yi Shiwen's hand swept up instantly. He turned around and slashed behind him, slashing on the fist wind. Yi Shiwen's saber blade instantly broke through the fist wind and swept on Lucien's body. Boom! Lucien was blasted out on the spot and fainted. Yi Shiwen showed mercy and didn't kill him directly. Otherwise, Lucien's ending would be more miserable. Although it was expected, it still caused an uproar when they saw Lucien being blasted away by Yi Shiwen. Many people knew that Yi Shiwen was very strong, but Lucien was an expert from the previous top 100 list, and most people were not his match. But now, Lu Xian couldn't even withstand a single move from Yi Shiwen. Although Yi Shiwen had blasted away a Transcendent Realm 8th level expert in the first round, the Sea Clan expert was not on the top 100 list after all. There was still a gap between the two. After slashing Lu Xian away, Yi Shiwen also flew out along with the light on the nameplate. At this time, there were not many people in the entire venue. There were only 300 people left. Those who could stay were undoubtedly the elites among the elites. Except for Yi Shiwen and Lu Xian, who had a huge disparity in combat prowess, it was difficult for others to be blasted away with one saber strike like Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was the first one to come out. After coming out, Yi Shiwen began to search for Yao Qian and by Hanmo's arena. Yao Qian's arena was not found yet, but by Hanmo's arena was found first. His opponent was a Sea Clan expert, also an expert in the top 100 list. It was the poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan's expert. Human, surrender. You are not my opponent. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert's spiritual sense instantly locked on by Hanmo. His eyes were cold and ruthless. His aura erupted in an instant. He was also a Transcendent Realm 8th level expert. In the top 100 list, he was strong enough to enter the top 50. Compared to Yi Shiwen's opponent, he was much stronger. No wonder he was so confident. Many people paid attention to the battle between Bai Hanmo and this poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert. After these rounds of competition, Bai Hanmo stood out from the crowd and gained his own reputation. Although he was not as popular as Yi Shiwen, Crocodile Shadow, and the others, many people were paying attention to his battle. As for the other party, he was originally in the top 50 of the top 100 list. In the top 100 list, he was an absolutely tyrannical existence. The battle between the two of them quickly attracted the attention of countless people. Both sides are Transcendent Realm 8th level experts. I'm afraid this battle is going to be intense. Although Bai Hanmo seems to have reached Transcendent Realm 8th level peak, this poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert can sweep away those in the same realm. It should be an evenly matched battle. I don't think so. Bai Hanmo's momentum is so fierce. In the past few rounds, no matter how strong the opponent is, they can't withstand more than 5 moves from him. Some can't even withstand 1 move. But that's just ordinary people. How can this poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert be ordinary? Once the two sides fall into a protracted battle, I am more optimistic about the poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert. After all, the human physique is incomparable to the subdragon. Both sides had their own supporters, and it seemed like it was really an evenly matched match. Surrender? He with just you? Bai Hanmo sneered. In an instant, the long sword in his hand emitted a shocking sword intent. Clang! It pounced straight out. Under the illumination of the sword aura, the entire sky seemed to be dyed with the color of jade, turning into a world of jade. So fast! The poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert, who had just threatened Bai Hanmo, was horrified. He felt his scalp tingling. What kind of swordsmanship is this? How can it be so fast? Wherever the sword light went, the sky turned into a jade-like color. He only had time to raise his hand to resist. A long saber appeared in his hand. Dang! A loud sound of metal clashing spread out instantly. He only felt numb all over. A huge force passed through the long saber, almost paralyzing him. Can you dodge it? Bai Hanmo's second sword slashed out in the blink of an eye. The second sword quickly broke through the sky and attacked the poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert. What a fast sword! I don't know what kind of swordsmanship this is. It has such terrifying power. Once the sword is unleashed, the world turns into jade. Someone exclaimed. It was not only because Bai Hanmo's swordsmanship was extremely fast, but also because the opponent's poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert was clumsy under his sword. Bai Hanmo's sword was fast. Many people had no way to judge how fast and powerful it was. However, the poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert on the opposite side had a deep understanding after seeing the Transcendent Realm 8th level poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert's miserable appearance. Because the poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan had the Dragon Clan bloodline, even in the same realm, they were much more powerful than the average Sea Clan. Hence, they could often sweep across the same realm. Now, the poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert was in such a sorry state under Bai Hanmo's sword. How could everyone not be surprised? The sword blasted on the poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan's long saber again, but at this time his arm was a little numb. Another terrifying collision caused his long saber to be blasted away. Clang! After the long saber spun several times in the sky, it was directly inserted into the gap of the stone on the arena. Clang! Almost at the same time, Bai Hanmo's third sword had arrived. His swordsmanship seemed to have no other subtleties except for the fast sword speed. In other words, Bai Hanmo's fast sword speed was enough to defeat the poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert. Boom! The poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert was directly blasted out. Blood spurted wildly. A huge wound on his body was dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. 3 swords, just 3 swords. This match, which was regarded as an unusually evenly matched battle, ended with Bai Hanmo's victory. However, these were all within Yi Shiwen's expectations. The poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan possessed the dragon bloodline and was a lesser dragon. It was difficult to find an opponent in the same rank, but that was only for ordinary people. But was Bai Hanmo an ordinary person? Whether it was the bloodline or martial technique, he was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In the same realm, he could compete with Crown Prince Crocodile and others. Not to mention, the poisonous Flaming Dragon Clan expert had just entered the Transcendent Realm 8th level. He was still far from Bai Hanmo's Transcendent Realm 8th level peak. Unless Bai Hanmo encountered the poisonous young master or the flaming young master, the average person would not be Bai Hanmo's opponent. There was nothing to worry about. On the contrary, although Yao Qian had also entered the Transcendent Realm 8th level, most of the top 50 in the top 100 list had already entered the Transcendent Realm 8th level. Her advantage was not obvious. Instead, she needed some luck to go further. But just as Yi Shiwen was about to continue searching for Yao Qian's arena, a cold voice came from behind him. Yi Shiwen, you'd better live well. Don't lose to others. Otherwise it will be a pity. Yi Shiwen didn't need to turn his head to recognize the voice. It was none other than the poisonous young master. He turned his head and saw that this person was indeed the poisonous young master. The poisonous young master stared at Yi Shiwen coldly. In his pair of cold eyes, the green poisonous aura was looming. He had practiced the poison technique to the extreme. He had practiced every cell in his body. He could be called a master in using poison. It could be said that anyone would have to be careful of such an opponent, and he was also the one that everyone feared the most. It was evident that he had practiced unorthodox poison techniques to an upright level. However, Yi Shiwen was not afraid of him at all. No matter how strong the poisonous young master's poison technique was, he could not hurt Yi Shiwen at all. Yi Shiwen had divinity to protect his body. He could completely ignore the poisonous young master's poison technique. Hence, the poisonous young master was a formidable opponent for anyone. When facing Yi Shiwen defeated him like a stray dog. What's there to regret? Do you think you're my opponent? Said Yi Shiwen with a sneer. The poisonous young master's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to recall the 2 times he was defeated by Yi Shiwen. The first time was due to his carelessness. He suffered a loss in Yi Shiwen's hands. However, the second time he was fully prepared. He even joined forces with several Transcendent Realm 9th level experts to besiege Yi Shiwen. However, He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. Yi Shiwen broke through the encirclement and beheaded the Transcendent Realm 9th level experts. He was chased by Yi Shiwen like a stray dog. Thinking of this, the muscles on his face twitched even more. His gaze towards Yi Shiwen became even colder. Just you wait. You'd better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The poisonous young master calmed his mood and said coldly. He had never resented someone so much. Never. No one could make him suffer such a huge loss. He almost had no strength to fight back. This feeling was suffocating. Chapter 1005. This feeling was really suffocating. Even his old opponent since childhood, the Inferno young master, had never felt suffocated because the two sides were only evenly matched. There were wins and losses. It was impossible for the Inferno young master to feel suffocated. But when facing Yi Shiwen, it made him feel unusually suffocated. Because when he faced Yi Shiwen, he couldn't win. This was the biggest problem. If he had won, then it would have been fine. However, it wasn't as simple as not winning. Even he himself could see that his poison technique was completely restrained by Yi Shiwen. This was the most depressing thing for him. It was also the fundamental reason why he tirelessly wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. In addition to Yi Shiwen, other people who were qualified to be his opponents were somewhat afraid of him. Because of his poison technique, he had even become one of the most dangerous people among them. However, in front of Yi Shiwen, it was not like that at all. His poison technique didn't seem to have a big effect on Yi Shiwen. It could be said that he was completely restrained. He even had a kind of fear that he wouldn't have any chance of winning against Yi Shiwen in that situation. This feeling made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. It made him feel like he might suffocate at any moment. This was like the feeling when a person met another person who could strangle him to death at any time. The kind of fear that came from the heart could not be suppressed. The only way was to strangle this person in the cradle and completely extinguish this evil danger. Only then would it be possible to alleviate this kind of fear that came from the heart. After glancing at Yi Shiwen with hatred, the poisonous young master left. As long as they remained undefeated, sooner or later, they would meet in the competition. At that time, he would never let Yi Shiwen go. Big brother Yi, haha, I won. I can enter this top 100 list if I win another game. Ha ha ha, it's too easy. Bai Hanmo's figure appeared in the air. When he saw Yi Shiwen, he was surprised. He was in a good mood after defeating his opponent. Sister, Yao hasn't come out yet? Did she encounter any trouble? When the two found the arena where Yao Qian was, they discovered that Yao Qian was indeed in trouble. Her opponent this time was not weaker than Bai Hanmo's opponent. He was also a Transcendent Realm 8th level expert. He was not much worse than Yao Qian. The experts who could enter the Transcendent Realm 8th level at this age were all peerless geniuses. It could even be said that each of them was a dragon among men. Except for a freak like Yi Shiwen, it was impossible to challenge someone in a higher realm. Facing this expert, Yao Qian was basically in a tough battle. A tough battle. It could only be described as a tough battle. Yao Qian's opponent was also tenacious. After fighting for more than 1,000 moves, Yao Qian was defeated. Is she Yao Qian? Yi Shiwen suddenly discovered something. Although Yao Qian's battle seemed to be very hard and arduous, Yao Qian was actually doing it with ease. Even her clothes were not very messy. Although it was not as easy as Yi Shiwen and Bai Hanmo, she definitely did not use her full strength. Yi Shiwen suddenly discovered a point. Although Yao Qian's battle seemed to be very hard, Yao Qian was actually at ease. Even her clothes were not messed up. Although it was not as easy as Yi Shiwen and Bai Hanmo, Yao Qian did not use her full strength. Although it was unfair to those who finished late, it was the greatest fairness. Only those who defeated their opponents earlier could have more time to rest. In other words, only the strong could make it to the end. This was also a very cruel rule. Compared to the 6th round, The seventh round was equally uneventful. There were no surprises. Yi Shiwen still defeated his opponent in one move, and by hand mode did not spend much effort. Yao Qian's luck was also better this time. She only encountered a Transcendent Realm 7th level warrior. She easily defeated this opponent. The three of them easily entered the top 100. Among them, Yi Shiwen had undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention because there weren't many warriors left. In fact, there weren't even 100 people left. Among them were Yi Shiwen, Jian Wushuang, the poisonous young master, the flame young master, the two siblings from the Sea Demon clan, Crocodile Shadow, Pei Xingqin, Sea Dragon young master, and the last of the three overlords of the human race, the disciple princess of Light Cave. These were all warriors who had the potential to win. They attracted everyone's attention and shone brightly. Although the results of the competition had yet to be announced, the few of them were almost certain to be among the top 10 experts of this year's ranking list. The only difference was their rankings. Compared to the people who had already been famous for many years, Yi Shiwen, who had just become famous, immediately became the most concerned person among them. Other people had become famous sooner or later. Many people knew their strength, but only Yi Shiwen seemed to be shrouded in a cloud of fog. Not many people really knew what kind of strength he had in the end. Not only the spectators on a high platform, but even several other top geniuses were also secretly observing Yi Shiwen. It was a pity that the opponents were too weak or Yi Shiwen was too strong. Yi Shiwen only used a simple move all the way until now. No one could resist his simple move. Any enemy in front of him was destroyed. His moves had reached the point of simplifying the complicated and turning the rotten into the magical. One move was enough to defeat all enemies. No one could force him to use a second move. This made many people who wanted to find out Yi Shiwen's actual strength quite depressed. This Yi Shiwen has such strong combat power. Among those who stayed, his realm is the lowest, but in terms of combat power, he is terrifyingly powerful. Even the Transcendent Realm 8th level expert is not his opponent. They can't even resist one move. Above the grandstand, in the depths of the cloud platform, in that space, the top leaders of the major forces in the Flourished Cloud Sea region gathered. They all cast their eyes in Yi Shiwen's direction. He was too mysterious. Such a person's combat power should never be judged by his realm. However, it was precisely because of this that his combat power was even more difficult to speculate. In particular, the Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan's law manifestation experts looked at Yi Shiwen with an ugly expression. For them, Yi Shiwen was the greatest shame in their hearts. The fall of Crown Prince Crocodile was an indescribable pain in their hearts. When did their Vanishing Shadow Poisonous Crocodile Clan suffer such a big loss? But because of Origin Returning Sect, they had no way to get back at Yi Shiwen after suffering a loss. Of course, it would be best if Crocodile Shadow could kill Yi Shiwen in this top 100 competition. Young Master Sea Dragon's strength is getting stronger. It may not be a problem to win the championship this time. This time, only our poisonous Flaming Dragon clan can win the championship. Among the top 10, we occupy at least 2 spots. Let's continue to watch. This year's competition is really unprecedented. Among these 10 seeds, any one of them can win the championship in the previous years. Now that they are all gathered together, our Flourished Cloud Sea region will usher in a new era. Era? Only the heavens know that without the trial of the Blood World, these people are nothing. After the trial of the Blood World, only those who survive will be able to dominate their peers. In the depths of the cloud platform, the top leaders of the major forces had different opinions. They were calm about the performance of these young experts. It seemed that it did not attract their attention at all. Many of them had come this way. The younger generation experts who had not reached the law manifestation realm were nothing in their eyes. Perhaps one day in the future, it would be their turn to dominate everything in the Flourished Cloud Sea region. But at least it was not now. In front of them, these experts of the younger generation could only be considered as immature. Under this general trend, the competition between the Sea Clan and the Human Clan had become the main theme. In the subsequent 8th round of battles, Yi Shiwen still defeated his opponent easily. This time his opponent was an expert who was about to reach the Transcendent Realm 8th level peak. Although he was not as good as by Hanmo, he was not bad. However, in front of Yi Shiwen, he was still vulnerable. He was not an opponent at all. Bai Hanmo's opponent was also a Transcendent Realm 8th level peak expert, but he was just average. He was not comparable to Bai Hanmo. This time, Bai Hanmo defeated his opponent after more than 50 moves. But even so, Bai Hanmo's performance was still very eye-catching. Many people even regarded him as the strongest expert below the top 10 experts. Even if he was not, he was almost there. With this strength, as long as his luck was not too bad, it was not difficult to enter the top 20. On the other side, Yao Qian's situation was not so optimistic. Compared to the previous few rounds, she still hid her strength. This time, she really went all out. The battle was very difficult. She had fought for more than 1,000 moves, but her opponent still did not show any signs of losing. It was not until Yao Qian seized a loophole of her opponent and attacked. She barely defeated her opponent and advanced to the top 50. Yi Shiwen frowned. According to this trend, Yao Qian might not be able to make it to the next round to enter the top 20. But even so, Yao Qian's performance was already amazing. In the previous tournament, Yao Qian just barely entered the top 50. Sunny Bamboo Chamber of Commerce was overjoyed with her progress this time. In the flourished Cloud Sea region, the Sunny Bamboo Chamber of Commerce was not a strong force. Not to mention, comparing with the overlords, it barely ranked in the first class. Yao Qian's ranking had already surprised the Sunny Bamboo Chamber of Commerce. Even if she was eliminated in the next round, there was nothing to regret. Chapter 1006. Different forces naturally had lower requirements for their disciples. For a behemoth and overlord like the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan, it would be a shame if they couldn't enter the top 10. It was better not to participate. But for Sunny Bamboo Chamber of Commerce, which only had one generation of inheritance so far, this was already a remarkable thing. The rise of any force required time to settle. Perhaps in the future, the Sunny Bamboo Chamber of Commerce would become an existence that no one could ignore. But now, what they needed was just this. Yao Qian had nothing to be dissatisfied with. Those who could reach this stage not only needed strength, but also enough luck. For example, the Transcendent Realm 8th level expert who was eliminated by Yi Shiwen in the first round lacked such luck. But that was only for those who did not have enough strength. For Yi Shiwen, was luck important? Did it matter who he met in each round? For others, those few were undoubtedly the most dangerous existences in hell. However, for him, there was no difference, because these people were all opponents that he had to defeat. Even if he had to defeat them one by one in the following matches, it wouldn't matter to him. The competition didn't stop for even a moment and entered the 9th round. Basically, after the first round was over, it would enter the second round. At this point, those who could remain were no ordinary warriors. Without a doubt, those who remained were the top experts of the younger generation. They might be the best among the millions of martial artists in the flourished Cloud Sea region, or even more. The 9th round was very important for many people because passing the 9th round meant entering the top 20. Those who could enter the 10th round were qualified to enter the top 10 of the top 100 list. This was a very fierce and cruel competition. Since they had already come this far, no one wanted to be eliminated here. However, they didn't have much time to think about it. Not long after the 8th round of competition ended, they had to anxiously enter the 9th round of competition. As many of them had not recovered from their previous injuries, it was undoubtedly a bit difficult for them to compete at this time. It was Yao Qian who benefited from this. Her opponent had been seriously injured in the previous battle, so the other party simply surrendered. Although his strength was stronger than Yao Qian, fighting with Yao Qian in a seriously injured state was undoubtedly a suicidal behavior. After all, not everyone had an abnormal recovery power like Yi Shiwen. For many people, continuing to fight was indeed a very strenuous thing. But at this time, Yi Shiwen did not have time to care about Yao Qian's affairs. He stepped directly into the arena, but he did not expect that his opponent here was actually Si Konghao. "Brother Yi, I didn't expect that my opponent this time is actually you," Si Konghao said with a bitter smile when he saw the opponent was actually Yi Shiwen. "Brother Si, I didn't expect that I would meet you in this round," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. However, in fact, he wouldn't be surprised if he met anyone in this round since there were only more than 30 people left. In fact, it would be considered a very normal thing to meet anyone in this round. "But even though I met you, I will never admit defeat so easily. Come on, let me see how much progress you have made during this round. However, even though I've met you, I definitely won't admit defeat so easily. Come, let me see how much you've improved during this period of time." Although he was not the top 10 candidates, ranked by everyone in terms of strength, no one could deny that he was also unique outside of the top 10. Even in the eyes of many people, he also had the strength to compete with the top 10. After all, he was also a top 10 expert in the previous tournament, wasn't he? Even in the eyes of many people, he also had the strength to compete with the top 10 experts. After all, he was also a top 10 expert in the previous tournament, wasn't he? If it weren't for the emergence of too many strong experts in this tournament, such as Yi Shiwen, the demonic sea siblings, and a few others, he would have continued to be a top 10 expert without any accident. If you didn't make any progress after coming out of the sealed land, you won't be my opponent today. Si Konghao's gaze began to turn cold. At this point, no one didn't want to continue. With his strength, he even dared to covet the championship, let alone Yi Shiwen. The aura on his body began to sweep out little by little, making everyone feel a little suffocated. Transcendent Realm 7th level. Transcendent Realm 8th level. Transcendent Realm 8th level peak. Transcendent Realm 9th level. Boom! The strength displayed by Si Konghao suddenly made all the warriors who were paying attention to this battle excited. Transcendent Realm 9th level. It was really the strength of Transcendent Realm 9th level. Many people had long guessed that even the top 50 experts had entered the Transcendent Realm 8th level. Then, would the top 30, top 20, and even the top 10 experts on the original list only be Transcendent Realm 8th level? Would it be as the outsiders guessed? Many people even speculated that many of them had already entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level. But guesses were just guesses. So far, no one had shown the strength exceeding Transcendent Realm 8th level peak. They were still the same strength as rumored. Even if they only had the strength of Transcendent Realm 8th level, it was enough to help them sweep away all opponents. Even if they encountered the same Transcendent Realm 8th level peak, they would not be these people's opponents. In front of these people, it seemed that Transcendent Realm 8th level and Transcendent Realm 7th level were paper tigers. They were easily defeated without any difference. Therefore, the guesses of these younger generation experts were just guesses. There was no substantial evidence. In other words, their current opponents were not worthy of exposing their strength exceeding Transcendent Realm 8th level. There was no doubt that Si Konghao would be the first expert to expose his Transcendent Realm 9th level strength. As a result, everyone finally confirmed the thoughts in their hearts. The top geniuses of the younger generation had indeed entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level. They were already the top experts in the flourished Cloud Sea region. In this era where law manifestation experts and even half-step law manifestation experts did not appear easily, they were enough to represent the top forces of the entire flourished Cloud Sea region. How shocking was this? They were only a few years old. The oldest among them was less than 500 years old. In their long lives, they might still have thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years to live. They would dominate the entire flourished Cloud Sea region in such a long time. This made many veteran Transcendent Realm experts feel that perhaps they were really old. Even those law manifestation experts who didn't put the younger generation experts in their eyes suddenly realized that the younger generation experts were rising too quickly. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. In a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years, they would be able to enter the law manifestation realm. It might even take a shorter time. Sure enough, someone has entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level. Even Si Konghao has entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level. Then, I'm afraid the others have already entered it. Without any solid evidence, Si Konghao could easily guess how strong these geniuses had become in the past few years. At the same time, they became more excited. Initially, everyone was optimistic about Yi Shiwen. After all, Yi Shiwen was the one who slaughtered Crown Prince Crocodile. Compared with his brilliant battle record, the battle record of slaughtering Crown Prince Crocodile alone was enough to offset all of Si Konghao's past glory. No matter how powerful Si Konghao was, could he slaughter Crown Prince Crocodile? That was obviously impossible. But Yi Shiwen did it. But the current situation was the complete opposite. Si Konghao, who had entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level, must have a completely different transformation. Many older experts understood that Transcendent Realm 8th level and Transcendent Realm 9th level were not the same concept at all. From a cultivation perspective, Transcendent Realm 9th level was already the Transcendent Realm, complete realm. The power that could be exerted was far beyond the imagination of Transcendent Realm 8th level warriors. This was why the top geniuses caused such a sensation after they defeated or killed Transcendent Realm 9th level experts. This in itself represented an anomaly. Si Konghao at Transcendent Realm 9th level and Yi Shiwen at Transcendent Realm 8th level were not the same concept. So, even if Si Konghao knew that Yi Shiwen had a record of slaughtering Crown Prince Crocodile, he was still full of confidence because he had entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level. Crown Prince Crocodile had not yet entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level when he was slaughtered. Everyone knew the difference. If you hadn't made any progress after coming out of the seal, you wouldn't have been a match for me today. Yi Shiwen didn't answer because he knew that Si Konghao was right. If he came out of the sealed site without making any progress, he had no chance of winning against Si Konghao, who had entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level. Even if Yi Shiwen could kill ordinary Transcendent Realm 9th level experts at that time, would a genius like Si Konghao, who entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level, be an ordinary Transcendent Realm 9th level expert? He directly entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level peak. However, he was not the same as when he first entered the sealed site. I also want to see how much stronger you have become after coming out of the sealed site. If you can't shock the world, your path today will come to an end. Yi Shiwen said slowly with a firm expression. No one could doubt what he said. Chapter 1007. It seemed that this was an evenly matched battle. In fact, Si Konghao had a higher chance of winning. After all, one was at the Transcendent Realm 9th level peak, while the other was only at the Transcendent Realm 6th level. The gap between them was huge. Yi Shiwen could indeed challenge across realms, and even kill the Crown Prince Crocodile. However, facing Si Konghao, who was at the Transcendent Realm 9th level peak, could he really do anything? No one knew. It was precisely because of this that it could attract the attention of countless people. This was the duel between Yi Shiwen, the recognized top 10 expert, and Si Konghao, the first powerful opponent to show the strength of the Transcendent Realm 9th level. Swish! Si Konghao took a step forward. A violent aura swept out instantly, setting off stormy waves. A folding fan like black jade appeared in his hand. The folding fan suddenly unfolded, and innumerable terrifying key blades swept out in an instant. They swept out in a mighty manner like monstrous waves, and swept towards Yi Shiwen with surging and vast power. Si Konghao didn't hold back and directly used his full strength. Perhaps others would think that he had a higher chance of winning as a transcendent realm 9th level, but only he knew how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. Before leaving the sealed site, Yi Shiwen was already able to kill the transcendent realm 9th level expert alone. How could he not improve at all? Even he didn't believe it. In any case, this was an opponent that must be fought with all his strength. Under Si Konghao's attack, everyone only felt that the world had changed. Yi Shiwen was like a small boat in the ocean, capsized by the endless gale at any time. Facing Si Konghao's attack, Yi Shiwen made a move. Even his expression didn't change. His hands bloomed with dazzling golden light, as if an unseen treasure had appeared. He suddenly tore at the sky, full of wind blades. Swish! In an instant, the sky full of wind blades were torn into countless cyclones on the spot. They couldn't approach Yi Shiwen's body at all. What a strong physical body. Many experts who were paying attention to this battle were shocked. They were veteran, transcendent realm experts. Among them, there were many transcendent realm 9th level experts. There were even half-step law phase experts. Some of these experts also had keen eyesight. They immediately saw that Yi Shiwen's body was somewhat ridiculously strong, since he was able to withstand the wind blade with his bare hands. Si Konghao's battle was not going to be easy. Facing an opponent like a turtle shell, no matter how strong Si Konghao was, he didn't know where to start. Si Konghao didn't panic. It seemed as if he had already expected such an attack to be nothing to Yi Shiwen. He took a step forward and pounced in front of Yi Shiwen. The black jade folding fan in his hand suddenly opened. The violent airflow was driven by the fan and converged into a torrent. This power was akin to a long spear. It pierced through the vast sky in an instant and bombarded towards Yi Shiwen's face. Compared to the sky full of wind blades just now, this move was much more threatening. Just now, Yi Shiwen used the technique of breaking through with a single point and easily nullified Si Konghao's attack. This made Si Konghao understand that his group-killing move was completely vulnerable in front of Yi Shiwen. Thus, he immediately turned his attack into a single killing move. This crazily rotating airflow instantly blasted in front of Yi Shiwen. As it continued to rotate, the surrounding air was also attracted, making this airflow bigger and bigger, and its power became more and more terrifying. All of this took a long time to describe, but it was actually just an instant. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate at all. He spread his hands, and suddenly a shield condensed from divinity was condensed in the sky. Dang! The long spear-like airflow suddenly blasted on the golden shield. The loud collision sound was like a big bell instantly spreading out. The powerful airflow instantly collapsed and annihilated the endless air. The space also trembled wildly, directly blasting the air. Boom! The airflow spear didn't stop because it was blocked. On the contrary, under the control of Si Konghao, it swept up even more crazily. The terrifying force made Yi Shiwen retreat a few steps in the sky before he regained his balance. Yi Shiwen had such strength, although it was somewhat because Yi Shiwen was caught unprepared and attacked without any preparation. It was undeniable that the power of this airflow was simply endless. Boom! When the endless airflow couldn't penetrate Yi Shiwen's divinity shield wall, it suddenly exploded with a loud bang. It was like the eruption of a mountain torrent. The terrifying power swept out, and the world seemed to be covered in an instant. Not good. Si Konghao is planning to suppress Yi Shiwen with his tyrannical cultivation. He wants to completely crush Yi Shiwen with his tyrannical realm cultivation. At this time, someone recognized Si Konghao's strategy. It was the simplest way to suppress others with his strength. His cultivation was much higher than Yi Shiwen's. It was easy for him to suppress others with his strength. What was an advantage? It was the advantage of the realm. Si Konghao made full use of his advantage in the realm. He was close to perfection in the transcendent realm. Yi Shiwen, who had yet to enter the transcendent late realm, could not be compared to him. They asked themselves, if they were in Si Konghao's shoes, they would have been crushed long ago. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen was a few realms lower than him. Even if they were in the same realm, it would be extremely difficult for them to withstand this kind of pure strength. Because of this, they knew how terrifying Si Konghao was. In his hands, his combat skills had already reached the pinnacle, and he could be called a master. Trying to suppress others with strength? Crush me? Unfortunately, you found the wrong person. Amidst the chaos, a cold voice came out. Amidst the chaos, a destructive saber aura suddenly leaped out. It expanded with the wind, and the blazing flames swept in all directions. Anything that came into contact with the flames would be burned into nothingness. In an instant, the fiery saber aura was already 100 feet long, and it was crushing towards Si Konghao. A light flashed in Si Konghao's eyes, and he was slightly shocked. He used the great advantage of his realm to suppress Yi Shiwen, and yet he still failed. Yi Shiwen's strength was too strong. What he didn't know was that Yi Shiwen liked to walk the path of suppressing others with his strength. His early martial arts were also extremely domineering. Coupled with the tyrant body scripture, it was even more so. His moves were big, and he had already reached the pinnacle. It was impossible for Yi Shiwen to suppress him with this. What kind of martial arts did he practice? How could it be so powerful? However, there was no time for him to think too much. He let out a loud shout, and the real elemental energy in his body burst out, and all his strength violently swept out. He directly swept out a column of storm from the folding fan, and instantly swept towards the saber aura. Boom! All of a sudden, the saber chi and the storm collided fiercely in midair. A terrifying airflow, mixed with countless flames, swept out in all directions. Yi Shiwen's fiery saber aura quickly melted by more than half, but the remaining part did not lose its momentum, and directly chopped toward Si Konghao. Behind Si Konghao, a pair of gasified wings directly spread out and suddenly flapped. His wings instantly swept out an unimaginable airflow, and his body suddenly disappeared and was taken away by the gasified wings. Boom! Yi Shiwen's saber aura directly blasted a big hole in the arena, but it did not cut Si Konghao. So fast! Many people were dazzled for a moment, and when they came back to their senses, this round of confrontation was already over. Although Si Konghao did not gain the upper hand, he did not hurt Yi Shiwen either. In general, it was not bad. This was also the first time for many people to see Si Konghao's speed. It was unexpectedly so fast, and Yi Shiwen's saber was already extremely fast. It could be said to be fast and ruthless, but he was able to dodge it, which showed how fast this speed was. His research on the law of wind attribute has reached the point of being unparalleled among the younger generation. In terms of speed, I am afraid there are not many in the younger generation who can surpass him. With this speed, even if he encountered the top 10, he would at least be able to protect himself. He is indeed worthy of being in the top 10 of the previous tournament. He really has the foundation that ordinary people do not have. How can the real, terrifying one be Si Konghao? The real, terrifying one should be Yi Shiwen. Si Konghao's strength is well-deserved. Even many veteran 9th level peak experts are not his opponent. Even so, when facing Yi Shiwen, he did not gain the upper hand at all. It is imaginable how terrifying Yi Shiwen is. Although the two were only at the beginning of the fight, and they had not yet used all their trump cards to the point of tragedy, everyone could already see some clues. Either of these two people was likely to be in the top 10, but they met each other at this time. It was a pity that they met each other. Most importantly, even if one of them could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. In the end, it would be useless even if one could enter the top 10. Even if one could enter the top 10, when facing other strong experts, even if there was only a slight injury, it might develop into an insurmountable gap in the end. This was the case with the slightest error and the difference of 1,000 miles. No wonder the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan always suffers in Yi Shiwen's hands. It is not without reason. Many people secretly sighed. The vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan experts in the stands also looked at Yi Shiwen at this time. For them, the better Yi Shiwen's performance was, the more incompetent they were, and the more shameful it was. Yi Shiwen in the field moved at this time. He took a step forward and continued to chase Si Konghao, who dodged the saber quickly. Chapter 1008. Si Konghao's speed was extremely fast, especially after unfolding the pair of wind wings. His speed was suddenly raised to the limit. In this arena, all the wind and all the air would not be an obstacle to him. They would follow him, making his speed to the extreme. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yi Shiwen's physical body was unparalleled, and his strength was even more terrifying, he also had unparalleled speed. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. He firmly believed in this truth. Hence, he began to study the law of wind attribute a long time ago. Until now, his speed could be said to be unrivaled among the younger generation. Even those young experts in front of him might not be able to catch up with him in terms of speed. This was also his trump card. It was also the reason why he dared to snatch the demonic saber from Crown Prince Crocodile. Although he might not be Crown Prince Crocodile's opponent, Crown Prince Crocodile could not do anything to him. On the contrary, Crown Prince Crocodile would be harassed by him all the time. Just as he wanted to counterattack Yi Shiwen with a backhand, he saw Yi Shiwen's figure almost turning into a golden light. Yi Shiwen caught up with him in one step. He was shocked. Yi Shiwen's speed was not slow at all. This speed was completely out of his expectations. How is it possible? How can his speed be so fast? His heart was in turmoil. The path of martial arts had countless forks in the road. It could be said that there were 3,000 great Taoists, and every one of them could prove the Tao. However, it was precisely because there were too many ways to prove the Tao that no one could cultivate all martial arts to the extreme, especially when they had cultivated to this level. There was no such thing as an all-rounder. Everyone had to choose one aspect to break through. There were no exceptions. Even if some people were heaven-sent geniuses who seemed to be very strong in all aspects and had no shortcomings, even so, it was impossible for them to be all equal. There must be one aspect that far surpassed the others, because the lifespan of a warrior was limited and the paths were too vast. Even if an ordinary person studied any of the paths, he might not be able to reach the peak in his lifetime, let alone advancing all the paths simultaneously. This was simply impossible. This was determined by a person's lifespan. Moreover, these young warriors were able to walk a path that others might not be able to walk for thousands of years in just a few hundred years, and advance by leaps and bounds. Naturally, they chose to specialize. Only when they entered the transcendence realm would they consider comprehending by analogy, and their other comprehensions would naturally increase. This was also the path of most people. However, he didn't know that Yi Shiwen had the mysterious space and the enlightening mind ancient tree. These two cheat-like existences made his enlightenment as simple as eating and drinking water. In particular, that mysterious space was more like a large computer. It could analyze everything in detail and present it in front of Yi Shiwen. Therefore, in the eyes of others, it was impossible to go hand in hand. However, in Yi Shiwen's eyes, it was not a big deal. As long as there was enough spiritual energy, it was not a problem for him to go hand in hand. Even if he went hand in hand, it was much faster than ordinary people who specialized. This advantage would be reflected more and more over time as his cultivation got higher and higher. Because in the end of martial arts, if there was still only specialization, then it was easy to walk into a dead end. He also needed to comprehend by analogy. It was just like building a house. Not only did it require a certain design, but it also required proficiency in civil and wood materials, mechanics, interior design, and other aspects to complete. The same was true for the cultivation of martial arts. just like the legendary Demon King that Yi Mo told him about. Although he was not good at alchemy, whatever he refined would be an amazing elixir. It was just that most people would choose to consider comprehending by analogy after entering the law manifestation realm. However, Yi Shiwen went hand in hand all the way, so when he cultivated in the law manifestation realm, it would be much easier than the average person. This was because others might stop to comprehend other parts, but he had already comprehended them. Yi Shiwen, who could go hand in hand, also had an advantage among his peers. This was the fundamental reason why he could challenge those who were at a higher level. No matter how strong the opponent was, they had their own shortcomings, and most of these shortcomings were not as good as Yi Shiwen. Take my punch. Yi Shiwen clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Countless stars were entwined on it, and instantly turned into a star. In an instant, the endless air collapsed in an instant, and then he suddenly blasted his fist out. Boom! Wherever the star passed, there was a terrifying rumbling sound of impact. The space was instantly locked, and there was a faint feeling that made Si Konghao feel that there was no way to escape. At this time, he truly tasted what it meant to oppress people with one's power. Previously, he had relied on his higher realm to oppress people with his strength. However, at this time, he truly understood what it meant to oppress people with one's power. This was a higher level of understanding than using one's strength to oppress people. Although it did not seem very fast, the overwhelming feeling made him feel so suffocated that he wanted to vomit blood. It was as if he was facing the punishment of the heavens. No matter where he escaped, it was useless. That feeling of powerlessness was like the feeling of a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Originally, in his opinion, this aura could be used to deal with people who were weaker than him. It could be used to oppress people who were much weaker than him into surrendering without a fight. However, it was rare to see someone like Yi Shiwen who dared to oppress people who were higher than him with force. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by Yi Shiwen's aura. In the eyes of many people in the grandstand, this situation was extremely strange. Yi Shiwen's fist was getting closer and closer, but Si Konghao seemed to be under the effect of the body fixing technique and couldn't even move. At this time, in addition to Si Konghao in the field, only the law manifestation realm experts in the depths of the cloud platform saw some clues. Suddenly, many experts looked at each other, showing a somewhat horrified expression. They were very clear that the aura was actually the initial form of the territory. It wasn't the kind of aura that suppressed the opponent to the point of being unable to move the initial form of the territory. Having said that, even if many people condense their own territory, it was impossible to exert the aura to such an extent. This young man is not simple. Damn, how can there be such a talented person among humans? We can't let him live. We must eliminate him as soon as possible. No wonder Gui Yuan sect almost fell out with the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan for him. He really has his value. The expressions on the faces of the law manifestation realm experts remained unchanged, but there were all kinds of thoughts in their minds. No, I can't go on like this. Si Konghao screamed in his heart. He immediately bit the tip of his tongue, and an intense pain swept through his entire body. The blood in his body was burning, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto the black jade folding fan. Roar! An angry beast roar swept out from the folding fan. A terrifying, vicious beast aura overflowed from the folding fan, followed by a huge beast claw grabbing out from it. It was like a giant claw that could destroy the sky, instantly grabbing Yi Shiwen's fist. Boom! In the sky, everyone only heard a loud bang. The huge beast claw and Yi Shiwen's fist exploded on the spot. The terrifying explosion aftermath turned into layers of air waves that swept out. The entire arena had been destroyed beyond recognition, and even the space that isolated the arena was on the verge of collapse. In the past, this would have been impossible, but it was only in this year's competition that such a situation would occur. In the past sessions, if there was a Transcendent Realm 9th level expert, then the champion was almost decided. It was impossible for others to compete with the transcendent Realm 9th level expert. But only in this session, countless experts emerged. The transcendent Realm 9th level experts, who could dominate in the past, were fighting with great difficulty. They did not hesitate to burn their blood essence to contend. It wasn't that Si Konghao wasn't strong enough. After all, he wasn't inferior to the number 1 experts of the younger generation in the past. But the Heaven's Pride experts of this generation were too abnormal, especially Yi Shiwen. He was the most abnormal of all abnormal experts. Therefore, the arena that was reinforced according to the strength of the previous session's experts in the past was completely inadequate at this time. This was also beyond the expectations of the 6 overlord forces. This is too strong. Countless people thought in their hearts. The arena was about to be destroyed by the battle between the two. This was only the battle between Yi Shiwen and Si Konghao. In everyone's view, it was a battle between the top 10 and the top 20. If it were a battle between the top 10, how intense would it be? Endless smoke and dust swept into a cyclone and rushed straight into the sky. It even blocked everyone's sight. In the smoke and dust, everyone could only see a behemoth figure appearing out of thin air in front of everyone. With great difficulty, the smoke and dust dispersed. Only then did the crowd see that countless wind elements had condensed into a mountain-like giant beast on the arena, causing the originally spacious arena to suddenly become much narrower. This ferocious beast was white and somewhat translucent. It had a ferocious face and fangs. Its limbs were strong and powerful, and its body was huge like a mountain. The only thing that was a little surprising was that its left front claw was actually gone. It should be said that it had been annihilated by someone. At this time, everyone finally remembered the beast claw and star's blow just now and immediately understood. Yi Shiwen did it. Looking at the ferocious beast that was emitting a terrifying aura, everyone was shocked. Just how terrifying of an attack was needed to annihilate one of the ferocious beast's front legs. Yi Shiwen, who did all this, was frowning. Chapter 1009. That was because he discovered that his punch had actually failed to annihilate the entire beast. This was already somewhat beyond his expectations. Although this beast was composed of wind attribute elements, in terms of toughness, it was far stronger than gold and iron. An ordinary person would not be able to damage it at all. Looking at Si Konghao's pale face, Yi Shiwen immediately understood that this should be Si Konghao's hidden trump card. Yi Shiwen, you are really strong. Very, very strong. Compared to when you were in the sealed land, you can't be mentioned in the same breath. Si Konghao stood up and said a little reluctantly, "But this time, I will definitely win." As he said, the huge vicious beast's left front claw recovered little by little as if it had never been injured. Due to the fact that he was not a physical entity, this degree of injury was actually insignificant. Yi Shiwen glanced at Si Konghao's slightly pale face and frowned slightly. He could not kill this beast. It was the most difficult to deal with. Swish! Suddenly that ominous beast moved. Its 4 claws collapsed the air in the sky, and it instantly rushed over. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. That terrifying appearance was enough to suffocate a person. This claw was unleashed Great Storm handprint. It turned into a huge handprint and pressed down. Yi Shiwen's face changed. He did not expect this vicious beast to know martial arts. It was much more difficult to deal with than the ancient, desolate, giant crocodile incarnation. When Crown Prince Crocodile incarnated into the ancient, desolate, giant crocodile, although his strength had improved a lot, his mind was not clear. Hence, the improvement in strength was not as terrifying as it seemed on the surface. However, this vicious beast was different. It could even use martial arts. This set of Great Storm handprints simply gathered the countless surrounding storms and released them together. It was terrifying. Even the sky could be penetrated. Although Yi Shiwen dodged this claw, This vicious beast obviously had no intention of letting Yi Shiwen go. It directly clawed at Yi Shiwen again. The huge beast claw unleashed the great storm handprint and slammed down again. Boom! 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 The vicious beast's giant claw slammed down continuously. Each time, the entire horizon could be seen collapsing in a manner visible to the naked eye. Yi Shiwen just kept dodging and didn't fight back. One man and one ominous beast were extremely fast. Yi Shiwen continuously stepped on the ground, and his figure suddenly moved horizontally at a very fast speed. Every time, he was able to avoid the claws of this ominous beast by a hair's breadth. Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast. His figure was moving horizontally at an extremely fast speed. However, that ominous beast looked like a small hill, but in fact it was composed of wind elements. Its body was very light but very sturdy. Similarly, its speed was also extremely fast. What could be faster than the wind? A man and a ferocious beast quickly flew in that arena. Although this arena was not small, it was almost no different from a small box for experts of this level. They could casually fly with such a huge force, let alone chase each other in this arena. However, when the two sides chased each other in the arena, the small arena was reflected almost immediately. No way. Is Yi Shiwen going to lose? He is completely at a disadvantage. He can only be chased continuously. He has no power to fight back at all. Suddenly, many people exclaimed. Initially, everyone was more optimistic about Yi Shiwen. From the beginning of the battle, Yi Shiwen always had the upper hand. But now they found that it was not the case at all. Suddenly, many people exclaimed. Initially, everyone was more optimistic about Yi Shiwen. From the beginning of the battle, Yi Shiwen always had the upper hand. But now they found out that it was not the case at all. Yi Shiwen could only keep dodging. Although everyone also felt the monstrous ferocity from the vicious beast, the ferocity of Yi Shiwen slaughtering Crown Prince Crocodile was deeply rooted in their minds. In other words, it should be said that Crown Prince Crocodile's prestige for hundreds of years had fallen into everyone's heart. Yi Shiwen, who killed Crown Prince Crocodile, naturally inherited this ferocity. Therefore, it was not so much that it was unbelievable that Yi Shiwen would be at a disadvantage. It was more unbelievable that an expert who could slaughter Crown Prince Crocodile would be at a disadvantage in the battle with Si Konghao. I didn't expect Si Konghao to have such a trump card. If Yi Shiwen is not careful, he may really suffer a big loss in his hands. Unfortunately, in the face of this move, Yi Shiwen seems to have no power to fight back. He deserves to be in the top 10 of the previous tournament. With this foundation and this strength, if he didn't encounter these monstrous geniuses, he will definitely be the champion now. There was a lot of discussion, but this time it turned to Si Konghao. But not everyone could see the clues. Stupid. Crocodile's shadow, who had just finished the match, looked coldly at Yi Shiwen and Si Konghao, who were fighting below. What's wrong? Isn't it good for Yi Shiwen to suffer a loss? We have suffered a lot from this kid. We should be happy to see him suffer a loss. A vanishing, shadow poisonous crocodile clan expert next to him said with some doubts. In his heart, the right and wrong had always been very simple. Yi Shiwen suffered a loss, so he should be happy. Crocodile Shadow didn't seem to be very happy. You only saw Yi Shiwen constantly retreating under the vicious beast's attack. But didn't you see Yi Shiwen's face was not red, and he was not out of breath? Even his footsteps were not messed up. The vicious beast has tried its best, but Yi Shiwen is still at ease. Can't you even see such a simple thing? Crocodile Shadow shook his head and said disappointedly. Now the vanishing shadow poisonous crocodile clan really had no talents. No wonder they quickly pushed him out after Crown Prince Crocodile's death. It was not only because of the top 100 list, but also because there was no successor. Yi Hong, Yi Ying, and others who had some potential died in Yi Shiwen's hands one after another. They had no choice but to let him out. Hence, Crocodile Shadow was right to thank Yi Shiwen's momentum. It was indeed the case. Compared to these people who were taking pleasure in Yi Shiwen's misfortune, he could see further. He could also see that Yi Shiwen hadn't used his full strength yet. In other words, he hadn't been forced to use his full strength. This ominous beast looked majestic, but if it couldn't catch Yi Shiwen, then everything would be in vain. It could be said that Si Konghao's biggest trump card should be flawless. Whether it was strength or speed, this gasified, vicious beast could be said to have reached the pinnacle. Unfortunately, it encountered a freak like Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's speed was faster. Ordinary people could not catch up with his speed. Not even this ferocious beast condensed from the wind element. It's impossible. How can he be so fast? The poisonous young master said in amazement. He had just defeated his competitor. It was not appropriate to use the word resolve to describe it. It should be said that the other party directly surrendered. Facing the poisonous young master, they might be poisoned to death if they were not careful. How would they dare to continue fighting with the poisonous young master? He was also concerned about Yi Shiwen's battle. Hence, he returned to the spectator's stand after finishing the battle in a hurry. If it were an ordinary battle, he wouldn't even have the mood to watch it. He knew that those people could not even force out 1/10 of Yi Shiwen's combat power. But now it was different. His opponent was Si Konghao, and this opponent was also the type of opponent that gave him a headache. As one of the top 10 in the last tournament, he wouldn't underestimate Si Konghao. Moreover, apart from his mortal enemy, Yi Shiwen, Si Konghao's ability was the most powerful restraint on him. The poisonous young master couldn't get close to Si Konghao's body. Therefore, his plan to kill Si Konghao with poison would become a joke. Therefore, although Si Konghao's strength was inferior to him, the poisonous young master was actually more afraid of Si Konghao than everyone else. Because of this, in his opinion, this battle must be a fierce one. Everything was just as he thought. Yi Shiwen also showed a stronger combat power in this battle. However, when he saw that Yi Shiwen was always skillfully dodging his attacks, he suddenly felt extremely depressed and horrified. However, he was also somewhat rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he wasn't the first one to fight with Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, even Si Konghao, who specialized in wind element cultivation, wouldn't be able to catch Yi Shiwen, let alone him. It's still early. Let's wait and see. A few of the younger generation experts who had finished their battles earlier made similar judgments at this time. And at this time there was finally an earth-shaking change on the battlefield. Yi Shiwen, who seemed to be constantly dodging, finally stopped. I have seen through your great storm handprint. Let's stop here. Yi Shiwen roared and instantly pounced forward. He suddenly blasted out his fist to grab the great storm handprint. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist was like a needle piercing into the ominous beast, blooming with golden divine light, instantly illuminating the entire sky. Yi Shiwen's fist suddenly blasted into the ominous beast's claw, which was as hard as iron, and suddenly blasted through it. Bang! The entire beast suddenly exploded like a balloon, and a huge airflow immediately swept out in a mighty manner. At this time, Yi Shiwen's figure had once again rushed in front of Si Konghao, and the vast pressure of his fist instantly crushed down. I admit defeat. At this time, Si Konghao suddenly opened his mouth and said. There was a somewhat helpless smile on his pale face. He looked at Yi Shiwen and said, word by word, Chapter 10:10. I admit defeat. Si Konghao said with a bitter smile, looking at Yi Shiwen helplessly. There was nothing he could do. He had tried his best, but he still couldn't defeat Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was like a bottomless pit. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't defeat Yi Shiwen. Even though he had finally used his trump card to compete for the championship, he still wasn't Yi Shiwen's opponent. Yi Shiwen saw through his weakness and defeated him completely. Although it seemed that Yi Shiwen easily defeated the gasified beast, only he knew that it was impossible for ordinary people to do it. Even if he encountered Crown Prince Crocodile, he was confident that he could fight him. It was a pity that he encountered a freak like Yi Shiwen. If it were anyone else, they would not be at such a complete disadvantage. In other people's eyes, he had the upper hand, but only he knew that he had been led by the nose by Yi Shiwen from the beginning to the end. He had never had the upper hand. He had been in a complete disadvantage from the beginning to the end. But this time I also have some insights. If I can enter the law manifestation realm in the future, it must be Brother Ye's credit. Si Konghao said with a cupped fist. Yi Shiwen's use of momentum had reached an extremely brilliant level, allowing him to have a new domain. He also had a little more experience in condensing his own domain. Although the two ended peacefully, Yi Shiwen's defeat of Si Konghao this time caused a huge reaction again. Both of them were the best of the younger generation in the eyes of everyone. Both of them had extraordinary achievements in the past. Yi Shiwen slaughtered Crown Prince Crocodile, and Si Konghao showed the Transcendent Realm 9th level strength, far beyond everyone's imagination. It could be said that it was normal for any one of them to win, but it was also because of this that anyone who won would cause everyone to gasp in surprise. In everyone's eyes, perhaps a lose-lose situation was the most acceptable outcome for everyone. What's more, Yi Shiwen had defeated Si Konghao so easily. One must know that Si Konghao was one of the top 10 rankers last year. This year, he was at least one of the top 20 rankers, but Yi Shiwen had actually defeated him. After all, Yi Shiwen wasn't a young hero who had been famous for a long time. It would have been normal if he had been replaced by someone like Pei Xingqian. However, everyone could see that Yi Shiwen's achievements weren't due to luck. He had achieved them by relying on his own strength. Even defeating Si Konghao didn't require him to use his full strength. He had defeated Si Konghao's trump card with just an ordinary move. At most, he had just shown off his skills and attacked the weakness of the beast. Just how many trump cards did this ordinary-looking youth have? How far could he go? However, it didn't matter whether they were optimistic or not. The 9th round had ended very quickly. All the major experts had gone all out in order to enter the 9th round. However, the competition didn't last long. Yi Shiwen's match was considered a long one. The so-called top 10 that everyone was optimistic about had ended their battles quickly before encountering each other in the 9th round. They even encountered a Transcendent Realm 9th level expert. However, the opponent was a warrior who had just entered the Transcendent Realm 9th level. He was far from comparable to Si Konghao. Hence, with Si Konghao's outstanding performance, it didn't cause too much of a commotion. Compared to the 9th round, the 10th round was the real test. Only those who passed could enter the top 10. Among the remaining people, except for lucky ones like Yao Qian, almost all of them were top-notch experts. Among the remaining 15 people, there was bound to be a bye. This person was actually Yi Shiwen's turn. This arrangement was unexpected, and no one had any objections. Whether they liked or disliked Yi Shiwen, no one doubted Yi Shiwen's strength. Even if he relied on his true ability, he could easily enter the top 10. Among the remaining 14 people, only 7 would advance to the top 10. Then, among the remaining 7 people, the 2 winners would be decided along with the previous 8 people as candidates for the top 10. The rankings between them would have to be determined one by one. It was rare for Yi Shiwen to have a bye. He could laugh at the situation when these people fought. These were the best among the young, advanced mathematics experts in the flourished Cloud Sea region. Each of them was a top expert. Any one of them was very difficult to deal with. It was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for Yi Shiwen to watch their battle in advance. Moreover, it was a battle of similar levels. Most importantly, only 7 people could advance in the end. In other words, among the opponents that Yi Shiwen was very concerned about, at least 4 of them would have to fight. It was very rare to see such a top-level battle. In the 10th round, apart from Yi Shiwen being the first to advance without a bye, Yao Qian was the fastest to finish her battle. Her opponent was none other than the previous champion, young Master Sea Dragon. Yao Qian was already very satisfied to be able to advance from the original top 50 to the top 20. Although there was a bit of luck involved, what else could she be dissatisfied with? If the gap was a little smaller, it would be considered a friendly match. However, she knew very well that the gap between her and young Master Sea Dragon had reached a certain level. It was impossible for young Master Sea Dragon to use his full strength. It was useless even if he fought with her. Now, among Yi Shiwen's group of 3, the only one still on the field was Bai Hanmo. Bai Hanmo's opponent was none other than the poisonous young master. "You are with that Yi Shiwen, I know you," said the poisonous young master slowly. His eyes flashed with green poison gas, looking a bit evil. "Who are you?" "I don't know you," said Bai Hanmo lazily with a "who are you" look. The muscles on the poisonous young master's face twitched. He looked at Bai Hanmo with the same murderous intent, not only for Yi Shiwen, but also for the people around him. This kid was as annoying as Yi Shiwen. "It doesn't matter. You will know who I am later," said the poisonous young master coldly. His figure suddenly turned into a poisonous mist and disappeared. In the next second, he appeared in front of Bai Hanmo. Although his speed was not as exaggerated as Yi Shiwen's, it was impossible for a warrior who cultivated to this level to have an obvious shortcoming. Even if there was a shortcoming, it depended on who he was compared with. In terms of strength, the Transcendent Realm 9th level, peak poisonous young master, was absolutely not inferior. At this time, he completely broke out. In an instant, he rushed in front of Bai Hanmo and directly launched a huge cheek-condensed hand. The cheek-condensed hand was stained with green poison. It directly burned through the air. It was abnormally terrifying. It seemed that Bai Hanmo was already prepared for the poisonous young master's strength. He had forgotten Yi Shiwen's previous instruction to admit defeat first if he encountered those people. Yi Shiwen could even see the excited expression on his face. Clang! Bai Hanmo made a move in an instant. The white jade long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed straight at Bai Hanmo in an instant. The white jade-like light instantly illuminated half of the sky. It turned into a waterfall and directly cut through the vast sky. Boom! The long sword and the huge hand suddenly collided fiercely in the sky. The green poisonous light and the white sword light exploded in the air. For a time, the entire sky was filled with this kind of venom. Unlike what everyone thought, there was no scene of Bai Hanmo being blasted away by the poisonous young master. The two of them were actually evenly matched in this exchange of blows. An endless amount of green venom flowed into the air. Hee, it seems that you are just SOO. Bai Hanmo looked at the poisonous young master with a sneer and said with a smile, "Okay, you can't even beat me with your strength, let alone Brother Yi." The poisonous young master's face was abnormally ugly. He didn't expect the Transcendent Realm 8th level brat in front of him to be so difficult to deal with. Yi Shiwen's strength far surpassed the average Transcendent Realm 8th level peak. Yi Shiwen's strength was not inferior to the poisonous young master. But even so, he a Transcendent Realm 9th level peak couldn't suppress the Transcendent Realm 8th level peak. It was imaginable how the people outside evaluated him. He only felt that the eyes in the sky had turned into mocking gazes, as if everyone was laughing at him. "You are courting death!" He roared suddenly. His figure suddenly pounced forward. Countless poisonous gas condensed in his hand, turning into a huge poisonous gas bomb. He suddenly threw it out. Swish! This poisonous gas bomb instantly tore the vast sky. It seemed to corrode a big hole in the air and directly bombarded in front of Bai Hanmo. Everyone held their breath and looked at Bai Hanmo at once. The most terrifying thing about the poisonous young master was his poison technique. Compared to this, the others were nothing to worry about. But it was precisely because of this that it showed his horrifying poison technique. No one dared to underestimate his poison technique. This was also the biggest problem for other young geniuses when facing the poisonous young master, who knew that Bai Hanmo didn't care at all. He directly slashed with a sword. A shocking sword light suddenly smashed the entire poisonous gas bomb. Boom! The poisonous gas bomb exploded on the spot. The poisonous gas contained in it instantly turned into a giant claw that grabbed Bai Hanmo. It suddenly grabbed Bai Hanmo's body with lightning speed. A white, jade-like luster appeared on Bai Hanmo's body. The poisonous gas corroded desperately, but there was no way to corrode Bai Hanmo's body. The layer of white, jade-like luster made him look like a jade man. Bai Hanmo directly turned around and slashed the poisonous gas claw on the spot. Chapter 10:11. It turns out that this kid has this idea. Yi Shiwen saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Before the 10th round began, Yi Shiwen told him that if he encountered people such as the poisonous young master and the flaming young master, then the best way was to surrender, especially if he encountered the poisonous young master and Crocodile Shadow. Then he had to surrender. They all had a grudge against Yi Shiwen. If he encountered them, it was best to surrender directly without any hesitation. Otherwise, he would be severely injured by them. But who knew that after Bai Hanmo entered the arena, he had no intention of retreating. Initially, Yi Shiwen and Yao Qian were worried. But when Yi Shiwen saw this scene, he was relieved. It turned out that Bai Hanmo had such an idea. The most difficult thing to deal with the poisonous young master was his poison technique. As long as the opponent was contaminated by his poison, even if it was just a little bit, the opponent would be quickly corroded. Not even the bones would be left. This was the most difficult thing to deal with the poisonous young master. Even the top geniuses had to be careful of the poisonous gas that came out of nowhere when fighting against the poisonous young master. Only Yi Shiwen was an exception. His divinity completely isolated the poisonous young master's poisonous gas, rendering the latter's poisonous gas helpless. Hence, the poisonous young master was completely restrained. Although Yi Shiwen didn't know what method Bai Hanmo used, it was obvious that the martial technique he cultivated could effectively resist the erosion of poisonous gas. Even if it was only for a short while, it was enough to restrain the poisonous young master completely. Without that terrifying poison technique, the deterrence of the poisonous young master would obviously be reduced sharply, and he would no longer be so terrifying. Bai Hanmo was not an ordinary transcendent Realm 8th level peak expert. He could definitely compete with the average transcendent Realm 9th level expert. So, in any case, he was more than enough to protect himself. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen immediately felt relieved and explained to Yao Qian next to him. Yao Qian, who was still very nervous, was slightly relieved after hearing Yi Shiwen's explanation. This brat! She was initially afraid that Bai Hanmo would come out. If he came out in the arena, even if they flew over, it would be too late to save him. Sure enough, as Yi Shiwen expected, Bai Hanmo launched a counterattack almost immediately. The long sword instantly slashed out a white waterfall. The sword light pierced the sky and went straight to the poisonous young master's face. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to be pierced. Damn it! The poisonous young master's face was abnormally ugly. At this time, he still understood why Bai Hanmo dared to stay and fight against him. After all, in the past few rounds of the competition, he was known as the opponent that no one wanted to meet the most. It was not only because he was strong, but also because his attacks were ruthless. Almost no one could withstand the poisonous gas. There was even someone who surrendered a little too late. Half of his body had been corroded by the poisonous gas. He was a transcendent Realm 8th level expert. In the face of such a fierce person, how could anyone be willing to meet him? Most of the time, they would shatter their nameplates and surrender before the fight even started. Unexpectedly, Bai Hanmo was not afraid of his poisonous gas. It was like seeing a replica of Yi Shiwen. No, in comparison, it was Yi Shiwen who had yet to grow up. When facing Bai Hanmo, it was almost like facing Yi Shiwen's sense of crisis and suffocation. If such a person were to grow up, he would almost be the next Yi Shiwen. One Yi Shiwen already made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. If there was another one, he would not be able to live anymore. If he didn't eradicate the two, he would have to live under the shadow of the two for the rest of his life. Seeing Bai Hanmo attacking again, he was furious as if he was provoked. He immediately launched a poisonous palm print. Boom! 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 The white stripe and the green poisonous palm print collided fiercely in midair, constantly making a loud roar. What was a little surprising was that Bai Hanmo, who originally thought that he would not be the poisonous young master's opponent, did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Instead, Bai Hanmo repeatedly attacked Bai Hanmo. Everyone was in an uproar, especially those who paid attention to this battle. They originally thought they would see another battle of surrender. Unexpectedly, Bai Hanmo did not surrender. On the contrary, he fought with great vigor. Damn it, I must tear you into pieces. The poisonous young master couldn't defeat Bai Hanmo for a long time. Although everyone could see that his strength was higher than Bai Hanmo, he couldn't defeat Bai Hanmo in a short time. This made him feel that he had lost face in the flourished Cloud Sea region. Clang! Bai Hanmo rushed forward again, pointing his sword straight at the poisonous young master's shoulder. Go to hell! The poisonous young master didn't dodge at all. He directly covered it with his palm. The terrifying palm force quickly collapsed a large area of the air. Bai Hanmo thought that Bai Hanmo would turn around to resist. Who knew that Bai Hanmo did not dodge and directly stabbed with his sword? When the poisonous young master reacted, it was too late. The long sword in Bai Hanmo's hand had directly pierced into the poisonous young master's shoulder. If the poisonous young master didn't dodge in time, the sword would have pierced his throat. Puff! The long sword pierced into the flesh, and a blood flower bloomed directly. It was poignant and brilliant. Ah! The poisonous young master suddenly felt pain, but he didn't withdraw his palm force. He directly slapped Bai Hanmo's body. Although Bai Hanmo's body glowed with a white light, offsetting most of the force, he was still directly slapped away. How dare you hurt me? How dare you hurt me? The poisonous young master's eyes were red. He kept roaring like a wounded beast. At this time he was close to madness. So what if I hurt you? Bai Hanmo sneered, biting the blood stain at the corner of his mouth. How can this kid be so reckless? When Yao Qian saw Bai Hanmo being slapped away, she suddenly exclaimed. Her delicate, pretty face was full of worry. In her heart, Bai Hanmo was still the little follower who followed behind her, the child who called her sister, Yao sweetly. She was already nervous when she saw Bai Hanmo fighting so desperately. Initially, Yi Shiwen meant that Bai Hanmo could at least retreat unscathed. She was slightly relieved. Who knew that Bai Hanmo would not stop while he was ahead? He even wanted to exchange blows with Bai Hanmo. It's okay. This kid knows his limits. Yi Shiwen looked at Bai Hanmo and said, but in his heart he thought that such a fierce battle might not be a bad thing for Bai Hanmo. In his opinion, Bai Hanmo's talent might even be higher than Crown Prince Crocodile and others. Although Yi Shiwen didn't know what kind of martial technique Bai Hanmo cultivated, judging from the effect, it was definitely not an ordinary martial technique, since it could easily resist the poisonous young master's poison. What Yi Shiwen lacked was such experience. In such a tough battle, it was not impossible to ensure self-preservation. Yi Shiwen didn't know how many such miserable battles he had fought since he started his career. It was nothing at all. Before the crowd could recover from the shock, the long sword in his hand directly tore apart a white light and rushed to the front of the poisonous young master. It really seemed that he would not stop until he was dead. Boom! 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 Bai Hanmo became braver as he fought. The long sword in his hand was getting faster and faster. On the contrary, The poisonous young master on the other side was at a loss. Bai Hanmo was not afraid of death. However, this was the poisonous young master's weakness. Since the poisonous young master started his career with poison technique, no one was not afraid of his poison. Hence, he was always the one attacking others. Except for the freak Yi Shiwen, who was defeated miserably, no one could stop his poison technique. Now he encountered Bai Hanmo, a guy like him. Bai Hanmo was not afraid of his poison at all. The poisonous young master's poison technique was greatly reduced at this time. He could not threaten Bai Hanmo at all. Without the biggest scruples, Bai Hanmo kept attacking. On the contrary, the poisonous young master, who had never fought such a tough battle, was a little timid. Damn it, go to hell. Finally, the poisonous young master was completely enraged by Bai Hanmo. His strength was far above Bai Hanmo. Even without the poison technique, his real strength was above Bai Hanmo. As the saying goes, the arrogant are afraid of the reckless, and the reckless are afraid of the reckless. The poisonous young master was stunned by Bai Hanmo's reckless attack just now. Hence, he was at a complete disadvantage. At this time, he finally recovered. After being thoroughly enraged by Bai Hanmo, he no longer cared about anything else and directly blasted at Bai Hanmo. Puff! Puff! The two sides fought again. Bai Hanmo's long sword directly tore a huge wound in the poisonous young master's lower abdomen. However, Bai Hanmo was directly slapped by a palm. A huge, poisonous palm print appeared on his chest. Boom! 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 Both sides didn't care about anything else. After exchanging over 100 moves, they still didn't care about anything else. It was either you die or I die. Both sides were already in a sorry state. Bai Hanmo's body was full of poisonous palm prints. Blood kept spilling from his mouth. He was in a sorry state. However, the poisonous young master was not much better. Bai Hanmo stabbed holes all over his body. Although they were not big, they looked like a hornet's nest. I want you to die, the poisonous young master roared. The poisonous gas in his body spewed out continuously. Boundless power was brewing in his body. You want to play? I'm not going to play with you anymore. At this time, unexpectedly, Bai Hanmo, who was fighting desperately just now, suddenly sneered and directly crushed the name tag. His figure quickly disappeared into light. Everyone was stunned on the spot.